Morning, y'all. What's up? I think it's Soul Fam. Yes, it is. Feed the brain. You know it. It's good to see you. Missed you for a couple of days. Were you here at all for the last couple of days or no? Morning to you too, bro. I'm going to turn off the light, so it's going to be a little dark in here. Okay, Google, turn off light. Oh, okay. So, with that being said, then somebody was here and they were in the background and they wouldn't say anything. So it's one. I'm sure it was someone spying on me. You know, one of the ones from the past. Um, it's raining outside today, or it's gonna be raining practically the entire week. So we'll be kind of indoors this week. I mean, it's gonna rain at 11, so I'll spend some time outside. But we are gonna be indoors for this week, most likely. Minus the time I go take the walk. I'm glad you had some fun camping. That sounds like fun. Like middle of nowhere. The middle of nowhere. By the way, does my mic sound okay or do I sound like I'm far away? That way it prevents me from having to go check my, yeah. Actually, I have to still check. I have to do a sound test quickly. Let's see. Yeah, this is good. Inception! I know when the mic sounds good versus when I sound like I'm in a hollowy, echoey sound room. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, so someone's been here, bro, and I don't know who it is, but they just be lingering in the background. So I'd be calling them out and I know it's not you because you would actually say something. Like, you know how I smoke people out? Yeah. So I'm thinking it's one of the souls from the past, but it's okay. They don't have if they're afraid to say something, it's no big deal. They can just chill. They're observing me. But all's great. I am ooh, son of a mother. I'm activating my live streams on the computer downstairs. Ah, this takes forever. My God. It's nuts. There we go. We had a great, bro, couple things happened yesterday. Actually, a couple things happened in the last little while. There's a movie that I don't know if you've seen it yet. It's called Frequencies, plural. It's on YouTube. It's for free. Um, Honestly, dude, I would go watch the movie. It is so good. But it starts off a little slow, but it talks about the whole thing about frequencies of words and frequencies in general. Like high frequency and low frequency are repelling each other. It showed up on my feed on Thursday evening, basically after you left. And then Olga sent me the movie on, like, she sent me the text on Thursday night. I had already fallen asleep, so I didn't see her text. I'm gonna get my body warmed up. And I woke up on Friday and I saw her text because I didn't finish watching the movie. I'm like, okay, universe, you want me to watch this movie? So I watched it on Friday during the stream. So that was a synchronicity. And then yesterday I had two synchronicities. Well, three technically. One with Ray when he showed up. His son, his daughter asked, like she typed in the chat, can you tell me my brother's name? Can you guess my brother's name? I'm like, uh, I know it starts with probably a J. It's not a J, it's an R. It's Riley. So I then told Ray the name I had guessed was Jacob. And then sure enough, he fires in the chat his Riley Jacob Rodriguez. I'm like, all right, universe, where is this one coming from? Because he's never told me Jacob. He's never said his son's middle name ever. He's always said Riley. And then yesterday, Brian showed up since March. He hasn't been here since March. And we chatted for about, I don't know, 4 hours. And we had another synchronicity. Let me start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2. We had a moment where he had me write down the word race car on my tablet and then spell it backwards, and it spells race car, which is called an anadrome. So then he decided to go and look for a song from The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, and when you play the song backwards, it has the same sound. And the funny thing is, I saw a comment that talks about race car, who said if you spell race car backwards, it's spell race car. And then he saw it, and we both saw it at the same time, and we were blown away because he found the music, the reverse version of the melody that he was sent me originally on YouTube. I'm like, okay, universe, what the hell's going on here? This is where we break past logic and we transcend time and space. Truly magical day yesterday. Absolutely magical. It was wild. Okay. Burpees. I'll read what you shared in a moment, bro. Gotta get the body moving. Just a magical day yesterday and Friday or Thursday night. Let me read. It's a movie. I think it was. I couldn't tell you which day or which year it was. And that's okay if it doesn't feel aligned, but it basically covers the things I was talking about words. It's one of those indie type movies. It's wild though. And then yesterday, I went ahead and I watched Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind after 21 years of like hating the movie. I'm sure you watched Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. I had no interest in watching that movie ever. It's like when I saw it in theaters back in 2004. It's like, what the hell is this? What kind of movie is this? Who watches this? It made no sense to me because my consciousness back then was not evolved. Okay. Yeah. And so I watched the movie and I understand what the premise of the movie is now. It's about using your imagination. Like the deep underlying reason for it is that you can alter your imagination. Oh my God. As you can see, I added some stuff to my morning movement. Yeah. Planks. This gets the body ready to rock and roll. I watched Nero's video last night, but I fell asleep. And then I watched a little bit of it this morning, so we're going to be watching his video when we get back, because it's an important one, making emotional associations. And I'm going to talk about how we feed our mind and our body and our soul with things. I was going to name it Associate, but I had already made it a live stream entitled Associate. So I do my best not to pick the same word again. The reason why I do this on camera is so that y'all can see that the body has to start off with movement now. You don't have to see me brushing my teeth and using the bathroom or waking up from bed and with my bed head. Otherwise I would turn on the camera as soon as I wake up. What's up, y'all? I'm gonna go brush my teeth. Okay. This one sucks, but in a good way. Oh my God, I'm sweating buckets right now. Holy shit. It's actually warm outside. What time is it? Time is now. Okay, almost done. Gotta do that. Okay, let me see. Ah, okay, cool. You did watch it. Perfect. Nice. Okay. It was interesting when I watched it. Okay, baby. I love you. I'm proud of you. Happy birthday to your birthday week now, because your birthday was yesterday. Have an amazing day. I love you. I'm with you. And you're with me always. Let's go. Little one. I love you. I'm proud of you. You are doing amazing. Keep going. We have things to do. Let's have an amazing day. You're always with me. Okay. Whew. Holy shit. Sweating buckets right now. I'm gonna open up the windows a little. And I'll take this bottle with me. Gotta take the umbrella just because we don't know if it's gonna rain. Okay. Now that we've got all that out of the way, all that mobility stuff or the exercise out of the way, we are gonna head on out. Okay, one sec. Let me go use the bathroom quickly. Alexa, when is it supposed to rain?
Rain is possible, starting at 11 a.m. It should end by 4 p.m., but might start again at 7 p.m. You can expect about 5.5 millimeters.
Screw it. Taking the umbrella is more of a nuisance than anything. If we get soaked, we get soaked. But I don't think we're gonna be soaked. Intuition was like, you don't have to take your umbrella, it'll be fine. Yeah, man. We're about to get talking about feeding the mind. See, every day I have no idea what I'm going to be talking about and what the live stream's title is going to be. I don't have like a magical list of like words that I'm going to be using for the live stream. Like I have no well, it's not in the mind. The soul already knows what we're going to be talking about, but the mind doesn't, because the mind adheres to time and space. So it thinks that like it doesn't know. So it's like, huh. So now, when I was coming in last night from the live stream, like 3 raccoons showed up and they were like looking at me. They were like staring, they were like right here and they were like staring at me. And I'm like, you can go, you're fine. And then they just went through the bottom of the fence. Those bubbas. They're attempting to open up that recycling bin or whatever to get food. That bag is gonna be in the way. All right. Okay. Well, I'm glad it's warm. Hi, Bubba. Whew. Just making sure I had the mic because I'm like, whoa, Imagine me walking a good way and not being aware of the mic. I'm like, oh shit, the mic, I left the mic. Yeah, okay. So we're definitely gonna be talking about feeding our soul, feeding our mind, and feeding our body today. You know, I'm starting a new discipline to, as soon as the first couple minutes I wake up, like to put myself in the situation of the desired reality. I don't usually look at the phone right away or anything like that, but usually when I sit up, I'm usually just closing my eyes and letting my mind just reboot itself. Sort of like a Windows 11 computer going through a reboot process. Who are we kidding? Windows XP, come on. Windows XP is the best. We're going through a Windows XP reboot. Windows XP was still the best operating system ever, in my opinion. And I'm not really thinking about anything. I'm not imagining anything. So I'm not really meditating. I'm just sitting and just letting the mind start. But you know, in those first few minutes, you don't have your name yet. You don't have your problems. You don't have your identity. You're pure consciousness, and that's the perfect time to, we know this, the perfect time to feed the mind, feed the soul already knows, but feeding the mind what you desire. And, I make sure that I feed it with my desired reality. Me and Lindsay, this morning I was like, I had bought her a plane. I sold my plane because I traded my plane in for something cooler. She's like, but honey, how are you gonna fly? Because, she has her tour with her people, and I'll use the plane here and there, but I was like, oh, because I surprised her for her birthday yesterday. Got her a plane. It was all decaled with her face on it, and I had her albums on, her Duality and Shatter Me and all that, on the plane. Really, and it was a pink plane as well. So it was designed very, very nice. So I'm like, and then her crew, her people who help her out and stuff, they're like, how are you gonna fly then? Oh, take a look. And then bang, you know what showed up? The Freedom Gundam from Gundam Seed. The Freedom Gundam was there, and it was awesome. And you're like, you're driving, you're flying that, because the Freedom Gundam can turn into a plane. So I have it in plane mode, but it can transform into a Gundam, just in case I have to fight bad guys. And I have to stop any sort of wars. That's what the Freedom was designed for, to be the peacekeeper between nations. By bringing neutrality. Yeah. Anyways, that was funny. So that's what I had in my subconscious this first thing in the morning. So if you start seeing a giant ass Gundam flying in the sky, you know exactly who's in that Gundam. Yeah, that's funny. But the airplane is more is real. I would have taken a Megazord, but none of the Megazords. I mean, the original Megazord is probably the best, in my opinion, but it still is not. It's not a Gundam. Gundams have so much more utility. They have beam swords and laser beams, and they have their rifles. Yeah, pretty gnarly stuff. Anyways, so this morning I was feeding my mind and really using my sensory perceptions, like my senses, to feel these things. Just like last night, I was watching the last little bit of Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Put my pillow on the chair. This is what happens. And anytime I lay down, I fall asleep. The moment I go to lay down, I go kaput. Sorry about that. We lost internet connection there. Figures. Yeah, anyways, what I was saying was, I was laying on the sofa last night, and I was cuddling with Lindsay, and we're watching Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. We were chatting, and like, oh, I'll tell you more about the movie, actually. I'll tell you more in a moment. So I was just cuddling with her, and it just felt nice. So like really tapping into my sensory abilities and using my imagination more. Okay, let me talk about that movie quickly. So the premise of the movie, without saying too much, it's about a boy. So they use names of like very influential people, like Sir Isaac Newton, but they add last names to them. Mary Curry something, you know, they have those kinds of names. Nikola Tesla something, like they have other last names. These are kids, it's like made in the UK. And it's about a boy who was very like ultra low frequency, and then there was a girl who was ultra high frequency, and that those two can never interact with each other, or they can never be with each other. He liked her, however, he couldn't be with her for more than a minute, because if they were together for more than a minute, all hell would start breaking loose, like in the environment. Like things would start shaking, things would start falling. So the premise of the movie was, once you are a frequency, you can't change it. You're stuck. So basically destiny. You're stuck with that destiny. But through some experimenting. No, he wasn't in it. So that's a different movie. No, so this movie is more indie, like one of those indie films. So it's not one of them like ones that you've seen in theater. So yeah, you probably may or may not. There's like no famous person that I've seen in the movie. Like I didn't recognize anybody. So I was like, okay, the universe really wants me to see this movie, so I'm gonna watch it. And of course, staying open to it, because, you know, I used to, when it comes to movies, I'm action driven, action and thriller, but well, more action actually. Rom-coms here and there, but more action. So I was very closed-minded to watching other movies. That's why yesterday I watched Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, and I actually enjoyed the movie. I actually understood everything that was happening. So that means my awareness has shot through the roof, because I didn't understand that movie in 2004. So clearly, I have definitely come a long way. Yeah. Anyways, back to the movie. So through experimenting, he was able to alter his destiny, essentially. But shit happens, and if you do decide to watch it, yeah, it talks about every word, about frequencies, about sound. Like, words have power in them. Like, it's the same premise I've been talking about, but with a different way to express it. So, I've been saying in the last little while now that every word, has a power associated to it, an energy. Like when we say I am, right? I am is powerful, but the thing is, it goes beyond that. because we have to use words, and words are limited. Like, they're powerful, but they're very limited as well. Because when you really think about I am, or really, let me rephrase that, when you really feel what I am is, it's undescribable, which means that you can't describe it with words. And that goes for every word. Like, you can't really describe anything like really with our words, because our words are they're so damn deep and powerful that it transcends anything that you could even comprehend. But we've used words to sort of encapsulate these feelings to understand what is going on, right? But again, back to what I was saying, the words in itself, they hold so much power, but they also have, it's a paradox. Actually, every word is a paradox, because you can feel the power of the word, but then at the same time, the power of the word is not enough. Because, and this is not just English, this goes for all languages. To some degree, all languages are the same thing, where they're attempting to express something. And, you know, back in the day, it was based on variables of like nature of like sound and, the sound of nature and how people perceive that sound, and then they created the word from the sound, and like, so the premise of that movie is kind of talking about the same thing that I've been sharing about words. And that sound is foundational to our everyday life. Like, without sound, a lot of this stuff doesn't exist. And of course, then there's music. So music is one of those things, and I've said this before, music and food. I'll use food and music. Food and music are the two things that can bring humanity together. Especially like when you're in a concert, or I'll use Honey's example, because she's an artist. When Honey is playing her violin, right? All the people who's there, they have a common love for her. They love her very, very much. And when they are listening to her play the violin, they're all entranced by her majestic energy of music that she's producing through the violin. And in that moment where everybody's entranced with, I'm not saying entrenched, I'm saying entranced. I don't think that's the word, but if it isn't, I made it up. Since they're being entranced or encapsulated by her magic, what's happening in that moment is that they're forgetting all their problems and their identity, and they're all in unity, all in one, when they're all jamming out. This is if someone's going there to actually be fully present with listening to music, and not going there to be a jackass and be like, you suck, and all this shit. Because, you know, there are people who go to concerts who are just like there to like be the buzzkill, because they're purposely doing that, because they're not happy with themselves, so they want to bring everybody down. And that in itself is the same degree of feeding everybody else's mind. Like when someone is negative, that one person who's negative can bring down the entire collective of the room, and bring down the buzzkill. Or not bring down the buzzkill, bring up the buzzkill. But music and food are two things, and depending on the food, of course. Music and food are the two things that can bring humanity together. If all of us, like you, me, Brian, Olga, T-Bray, Regina, and everybody else, were to go and sit and have a meal, right? We were all to go sit and have a meal together. Even though we may not enjoy the exact meal that each other are eating. Maybe you like pad thai or you like, you know, ravioli and I like spaghetti, right? We do love food. And so, food and music are the two things that can bring humans together. It's actually really the only two things that actually does bring humans together. From different cultures, different backgrounds, different religions. It transcends time and space, quite literally. Oh, there we go. See, even that sound was encapsulating, that sound encapsulated that dog, because he had to like look, like, what is that human doing with his foot, right? Because sound is one of the most foundational principles in our universe. Let me fix the gimbal. There we go, better. Even the sound of me dunking my feet into that puddle there, right? There's a room somewhere in the world, I forget where, and it's a challenge that if you can spend more than an hour in that room, you will get paid. I don't know how much. I don't think anybody has accomplished it, or maybe they have, but it's a room with no sound. To someone who's deaf, they could easily win that because they can't hear anything. So they're used to a world with no sound. But even though they may not hear sound, they can still feel sound through their body, through vibration, because their cell receptors are still activated for that. But there's a room where you can go and attempt to stay there for attempt to stay there for an hour and potentially get paid, but it has no sound. Most people can't last for more than 5 to 10 minutes. That's the perfect room for meditation, because now you're going to hear your thoughts, because that's the only thing you're going to hear. Like right now, I'm hearing all kinds of sensory perceptions of, like, I hear this car, or I hear something. Yeah, I hear a car. I hear that car coming. I'll wait for this car to move. You know, I can hear the engine of that. But, you know, I can hear other things. I can hear the airplane in the sky. I can hear bugs. So it's giving me, sound gives you depth, right? It gives you like this spatial energy of like something being around you in the third dimension. Without sound, you kind of operate from like a 2D plane. Morning, sister.
Good morning.
How are you?
And you?
I'm good. Stay dry today. I will. Thank you. Yeah, so like, me too, dude. Actually, me too. I would like to challenge myself with that, because I attempted to like find a way to have no sound, but like even if I wear earplugs, which I don't like wearing earplugs, and all that, like there's still sound that still comes through to some degree. I want a no sound test room. Like I want to go in there and just sit and maybe I come out and I'll become Super Saiyan. I go in, and then within an hour, I come out and I'm glowing. And I turn Super Saiyan or something. You never know. That's all I care about. You give me that Super Saiyan power back and I'm good. I'm really good. Everything else is irrelevant. Anyway, so that movie, pretty damn good. It starts off a little, it's kind of weird though. I'm like, oh man, it's one of them thinking movies, isn't it? Like when I looked at it, I'm like, it's one of them thinking movies. It's not, I don't want to have to think, but you know what I had to do? I basically said, no, I don't have to think. I know. I'll know everything about this movie. And when I changed that perception, I was able to watch it no problem. Because like, it was kind of boring at the beginning. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? Like, what the hell is this? And that's why like I fell asleep. I felt tired. And then I like, you know what? I'm gonna lay down, and of course, once I lay down, it's over. The moment I lay down anywhere, I'm done. I will like literally drop to sleep. I could be outside on that mat and I will drop asleep. If I'm on the grass and I start laying down, that's it, I'm done. I'm pretty much, it's over. I could have slept fully. The moment I lay down, I'm done. Something about me just laying down, I don't have the problem of not falling asleep. Let's see. Yeah, we definitely do live way too close to the airport. Like, dude, like even when I was sitting in the car, when I was sleeping in the car in that trip, there was still sound. Like, yes, I'm encapsulated into a car, and it was the closest thing, bro. I'm telling you, it's the closest thing to no sound, but there's still sound because, you know, other cars are driving by. So you're still hearing that, right? Especially at like nighttime. Like, I was like, oh man, like I would love to have like a room with no sound, like, because a room with no sound, like it really levels you up. We're gonna go ahead and cross. Yeah, because it would like level you up if you like went through a room with no sound. We're gonna go ahead and go this way. We went that way yesterday. Always making sure I change it up a bit. Yeah. Like, when I was in San Diego for that trip where I was sleeping in the car, that's how the name Orion came through as well, because I got so silent, bro. Like there's nothing else. Like, I have to be mindful of my resources in terms of like my tablet and my phone, because like I couldn't not have them charged up, or I couldn't use them fully at night, because the universe like said, like, you're gonna have to use this during the day, so you're gonna have to get resourceful. And damn, I got resourceful. Like, when push comes to shove, you get resourceful. Like, you have no choice but to get resourceful. And like, you know, in the morning I would go into the gym, plug in the phone, leave it plugged in, and like put it in the locker, have the cable sticking out, but like the locker was locking it, so nobody can get to the phone. I'd have to use my tablet to use my exercises. I have to download all the videos if there wasn't Wi-Fi available, and there was 1 or 2 days where Wi-Fi wasn't available. So I'm glad I pre-downloaded my videos. And yeah, like when I was in the car, bro, there's like, it was quiet. I felt at so much peace. Oh my God, dude, you have no idea. That peace was just amazing. But of course, was it devoid of complete sound? No, of course not. There was still sound, but I was sleeping in a neighborhood where it was not noisy, very, very quiet. And
But you're actually different.
it was awesome. So let me see what you said. The frequencies in vibrations that are constantly put out around us are so overwhelming. When I was out camping, we were so far away from everything, it felt so peaceful. Oh, I bet, dude. I was about to bring up, I didn't read your comment but I was thinking, yeah, he just went camping, so he does know. Because he said the middle of nowhere. That makes so much sense, dude. Yeah. Like, completely agree. And here's the thing, now that I can tie frequencies with feeding, you know, what are the frequencies or what are the things that we're feeding our mind through sound? Like, because remember, everybody's words is a frequency, it's sound. So what are we feeding the mind every day? Is it uplifting? Is it nourishing? Or is it fear mongering, right? You know, I'm altering the memories of my parents right now, making sure to say, you know what, they're millionaires and billionaires, and seeing them in that aspect, seeing them as good people. They are good people. They just have, you know, not so great habits, but I'm basically rewriting their habits as well and seeing how this experiment gets on and really adding emotional charge to it. Let's see, I'm gonna go intuition, straight or left? Left. Just gotta wait for these cars. There we go. Yeah. So rewriting my version of them. But in that process, you know, feeding my mind with uplifting, positive, like, things that align with me. I don't feed my mind with things that don't align with me. So like, I will not entertain like the news or anything like that, because that stuff is irrelevant. Like, I know people like to be informed and shit, but like, when you're meant to know, you will know. Like when things are meant to be, when you're supposed to know something, it'll be brought to your attention by other means. Right? So like, you know, every day when mom them are watching the news, I don't say anything. I literally I don't say a word anymore. But you know, they're being programmed, because that's what a TV does. It's a television. It tells a vision and it programs your vision of fear. And then that fear creates a frequency within, and it feeds your mind. Your mind then gets dysregulated with your body, and then your body and your mind are so they're not at ease. Get off the road, Bubba. And ultimately, what happens is that there will be a battle between the mind and the body, and then the soul is doing its best to like help both of them to get back into homeostasis, balance. But you're like, you feel twisted and contorted. You don't know which way to go, which direction to go, because one is saying this way, one is saying that way, and the other is saying this way. So it's like three different directions being pulled, because your mind has hijacked your prefrontal cortex, your neocortex, to think logically and rationally, because your emotional state of being has been basically hijacked by, well, your rational side has been hijacked by your emotional state of being, and that's why so many people are dysregulated. And yesterday, while I was watching the Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, when they were erasing his mind, and he was attempting to reform memories of Clementine, because the whole point was to remove Clementine from his reality, because she basically erased him and she didn't remember him at all. So when I looked at that movie, I'm like, okay, I see what's going on. They're attempting to reintroduce positive or different experiences through the imagination. And he had to create all kinds of things to escape the mind eraser. So, I'm glad I brought up this movie, because it goes hand in hand with feeding, because all these frequencies, we as humans, we forget to think of this world as energy, as frequency, because we've been so programmed to see this like, oh, this concrete, this isn't energy, this is a solid block of concrete. Concrete's not energy, concrete's just concrete. That car, that's not energy, that's a car. This thing's a tree. That squirrel is a squirrel. Get off the road, Bubba. Hurry up. Come on. These things on the ground is also, just whatever they are, like little pebbles or, little pine cone or leaves. These are not energy. This is just a lot of squirrels today. Get off the road over there. It will get off the road. I summon it to get off the road. There. So it's like, well, what frequencies do we entertain every day? Do we entertain like high vibes, neutral vibes, low vibes? Because one way or another, you're entertaining frequencies without calling it frequencies. Like everything is a frequency. If you do watch that movie, I think you will really enjoy it, because I'm like, wow, this I had so much insights at the end, like the last 20 minutes of the movie. I mean, the movie itself, I had a lot of insights, but the last 20 minutes, I had to pause the movie at least like 6 or 7 times and discuss what I just heard, just so I can get it out of my system. Because if I didn't say anything, I'd been like, I would have had all this information in my head and I would have not been able to express it. So I was like, I have to share it right now. Let me hear it and let me share it. Let me get it out. Because there was, again, someone, and I thought it was you in the background, but it wasn't, because you would have said something, who was watching it with me. So to that person, that person who still remains anonymous, thank you for being a trooper and sitting and watching that movie. We'll be by the trail shortly. You all know the drill. The first little bit gets blurry. By the time we get to the water, it should be fixed. We have now officially left summer. Sad. But the weather is still good in terms of like temperatures. If it can stay like this until like April, we're good. Bunch of these like cherry looking things dropping from the tree. See, even that, whatever that car just rolled over, was like a gunshot. It was like kaput. To me, it just looks like a leaf there, but it's not. You know, most people, bro, because, you know, I'm just rereading your comment about being peaceful. Most people don't know what this peaceful feeling feels like because they've been so bombarded through all kinds of sensory perceptions of, like, for me, for years, I was surrounded by noise, constant noise. When I say noise, I mean, I'm talking about, like, you know, the hustle and bustle of downtown Toronto. Like, I worked downtown for 7 years before COVID. Well, 5 years with the firm, 1 year, well, technically, I did work 5 years, not 7, 5 years. I did have a job downtown prior, but this was like ages before the law job downtown for a bit in a clothing store. But that wasn't for years, that was for like months. But, you know, for years, downtown Toronto, 6 years, just noise. Like, it wasn't quiet. It was noisy, it was loud. Like, I was constantly be surrounded by, like, people talking. Like, there's no peace. Zero peace whatsoever. Being bombarded by, like, you know, honking horns and just rowdiness and just loud. And like, when I was in my office, in my cubicle, hello, Mr. Snail, I gotta take you over here. There you go. When I was in my office, because I had my own office, finally, after, you know, a couple years being in the cubicle, like, even my office was still noisy at times because I could still hear people talking. I can hear construction downtown, and I was up on the 37th floor, and I could still hear construction. I'm like, there was like no peace whatsoever. So just imagine all the people who are downtown in big cities like New York, Los Angeles, Toronto, Miami, all the noise of, like, the hustle and bustle, the go, rush, move, money. I'm all about the money, but not the rush mentality. How they're probably feeling right now. They're probably feeling overwhelmed. Because you did talk about the word overwhelm. I think you said overwhelm. Yeah, you did say it in your previous message. Around us are so overwhelming. Indeed, it is very overwhelming. Like, right now, I'm not overwhelmed. I have sound, but it's sounds of nature, what we're supposed to be surrounded by. This. Like, you're hearing the crickets right now, no cicadas. You're hearing my voice, but I mean, because I'm speaking. But if I don't speak, all you're hearing is what you're supposed to be hearing. This. Well, minus my shoe walking, because you can hear me crunching the ground. Exactly. It's because of sound. You know, honestly, dude, because the way you just said that is, I'm gonna have to call it what it is. I feel that the noise, the sound, is what causes 95% of the problems on the planet. They used to use frequencies in war to gain advantage over the enemy. I want to say enemy, you know, because people see each other as enemies, even though we're all one. That's a ridiculous thing. People fighting over things, and we're all one. This tree's starting to change color. Welcome to fall. Welcome to autumn. Welcome to the season change. Officially. But imagine this in comparison to what you would get in the city. I would choose this all day. All you're hearing is just beautiful nature, because this is natural. All that stuff that is being done downtown is not natural. I'm not saying that we're not supposed to work. I'm not saying that, because you have to take action in the physical world. But I'm saying like a bunch of this stuff is unnecessary. Imagine downtown was this. More people's moods would be more uplifted, because they get to hear the sounds of nature. But because they keep building shit in cities like Toronto and New York and stuff like that, how can you focus? I have even greater appreciation for this trail because of that. I'll be by the water in 5 minutes. With the pace I'm walking, about 5 minutes. Right now, my nervous system feels dysregulated even thinking about downtown Toronto and like all that chaos of work. It doesn't like it. When I got to work from home for the first 2 years, one year and like 7 months really of during COVID, I was so at peace. I went outside in the park with the swings. I brought my laptop out in the warmer weather, and I was just using their cell phone, not mine, because my phone was locked in a drawer. I was using their cell phone to tether to get internet, and I was just like, and there was barely anybody who was sending any like requests, because everybody was working from home and everything just worked flawlessly, except for when like somebody accidentally turned off their computer and I have to ask one of the mailroom people. I'd call them like, hey, can you turn on so and so's computer, because they can't access their computer because I'm not there, and the mailroom people have to be there for whatever reason. And I got to be out in nature working, and I was at peace. It's the best shit ever. Getting paid to do nothing, be out in nature. What more can you ask for? It was great. Right here smells very fresh. Because it rained a lot last night. It rained heavily. It was thunderstorm as well. Lots of thunder and lightning. Like lots of the leaves came flying down too. Yeah, but imagine just like being, coming to work to this every day, instead of, going straight to like this like place called an office, where you have to like sit in a cubicle with artificial lighting all day. Regardless if it's LED or not, it's still artificial. And you have artificial noise of like people screaming, or like having all kinds of like chattering and shit. Ooh, the water is high. That's right. Will I be able to go over to my... Yeah, I can. Kind of. I'd have to jump though. Let's see. Can I make it? I can, but I'll have to leave you all behind because I don't desire to be dropping this at all. Actually, I think I have a way of doing it. I have to go around though. We're gonna go here and we're gonna platform. My shoe's a little wet though. Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna work. Hold on. It's because those two are on a slant. Can my shoes? Let me just test something quickly. Does my shoes absorb water? I mean, I could walk through the water. Let's see. Ah. Nope, the water's too high for my shoes if I walk. And yeah, my socks just got wet. Okay. My socks just got wet. Yeah, there's a lot more water today. It rained a lot. Well, at least my feet are not too wet, but like my shoes did get soaked. So my shoes are not waterproof. So we're gonna have to just stay here for now. Or I'll do my best to jump over there. That's probably not gonna happen, but yeah, that's not happening. Okay, well, I can do my back bend here, that's no big deal. Okay. Yeah. Enjoy the rushing water. Oh. Just doing my my elephant bounces. Yeah, there's definitely a lot more water. That's my rock that I stand on though. Oh yeah. At least it's not that wet. It got touched by some water, but it's not that wet. So I'm grateful. It's not like that time when we were in the rain and the socks and all the shoes and the entire socks was completely wet. Like at least it's not that. Thank goodness for that. Okay, back bend. Morning. Three, 2, 1, go. Oh shit. Yep. I fell in the water. I lost my balance and my other shoe got a little soaked. I literally lost my balance. Oh my goodness gracious. I'm okay. I didn't actually fall in water, but I slipped into the water. All right. We gotta finish though. Come on, body. The other side got a little soaked now, but it's not bad. It's manageable wet. It's not like absolute wet. Oh, this is a good test. Morning. Like this is a good test, actually. Oh, yeah. Because I'm on like unevenness. Okay. That was fun. We had an experience there of slipping into the water. That's funny. That's too funny. Yeah, pretty much. Exactly, bro. I'm gonna do my Cossack squats, also known as ball sack squats, as been renamed by our brother JP. Ball sack squats. I can't do my Spider-Man squats, so I'll just do regular squats. Nice. Okay, sit here for a moment, take this in. We got enough phone battery for a little bit. Let me just fix you all. So I just noticed that you're all on a little bit of an angle. There. There you go. I'll have you face that way. Nothing like the water is going to be high for the next several days. We saw yesterday it was super calm. I actually crossed the pond. I actually did go across. I did play Mario and have to do platforming. Olga was there, but today not so much. There is no platforming here. That's not happening. Yeah. My socks are a little wet, just a little, but nothing crazy. Like that time when we were walking and like everything was just friggin' wet. There was like no point. You may as well just step in a friggin' puddle at this point. It can't get any more wetter than that, you know? Yeah, anyways, so back to, back to feeding ourselves. You know, it's not just like feeding our mind, but it's feeding our body, right? Like, you know, I still have my snacks here and there, but I know my body will transmute it quickly enough. But imagine somebody right now who hasn't moved their body in years and just continues to eat like not great, right? They created a paradigm of like being lethargic. And when you're lethargic, and I know what that feels like, and it feels awful to be lethargic. That's why I move my body every day. I refuse to get to that state. And actually, it was on Saturday, since you were gone, I had to help an older like gentleman who was on his porch. He was telling me how much he hates his life, and I feel sorry for him. But I had to help him to his scooter. You know the car, you know that electric scooter car thing? That guy. Look, the ducks they're going. They're getting swept away by the water. He's attempting to stay. But you must go. You're being resistant, aren't you, sir? Look at him. Look at him being resistant. Look at this one. They're looking for safety. Hey, you did it. Quack. Look at him. He's on his way. Look at them. Aren't they cute and funny and silly? I don't know what he's doing with his head, but He's shaking his tail. And he's looking at me. There he goes. And he's getting swept away. Bye. Look at him go. And there she goes. Bye. And they're gone. Just like that. They're sizing me up. What, was he thinking I was gonna steal his woman? That's funny. That was funny. Just like last night, the raccoons, they were just looking at me. They were literally just staring at me. And one was about to approach me. I'm like, yeah, I'm not messing with you, dude, because you can claw into my pants, and I'm not about that. So I'm gonna just like stand there, and you go over there. Raccoons. I like them though. I like raccoons. Where was I going? Yeah, so the dude, you know, I had to help him on Saturday, and I was also put in a very compromising position, which I was like, yeah, I don't know about that. He left his phone in his house, and I had just helped him to his scooter car, and his mom, which is super old, like, she's in the house, and of course me going in their house is kind of like, I don't know, but I did it. I was like, excuse me, I'm here to look for his phone. She told me it's in the kitchen, and I found it, and I left it as soon as I possibly could, because I was like, I don't feel comfortable going into someone else's house, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of weird. Especially if there's someone else in the house who doesn't know what's going on. Anyway, so like, he was a reminder of why I have to keep moving my body, and I refuse to like end up like him. You know, he told me he was never like this before, but something happened in his life, and I didn't ask details. I'm like, he said he's afraid because he felt like he had a heart attack. He feels like he's gonna die. And it's funny because we hate our life, but then we are afraid to die. That means we value life, and we want to get back to being healthy and strong. So for me, it was a reminder to keep doing what I'm doing, no matter what, to never stop. And that's why I feed my body, you know, things of like nourishment. And feeding my body doesn't necessarily mean like I'm eating food. It's also feeding it with being disciplined with exercise, right? Being disciplined by taking the walk. Being consistent with showing up for myself. You know, feeling my feelings, like crying it out if I have to cry, or if I'm feeling upset or angry, right? Because, you know, society has put this label that like, if you shouldn't share your feelings, you're a bad person. If you're angry and like you're negative, like that's not who you are. And like, and then we feel guilty about it, and then all that guilt makes us feel like all the work that we've done was for nothing, and that we feel like we went backwards. And then it creates this ripple and this loop, and then you have to break that loop. And all you have to do, and if you can have power and sovereignty over your mind, which every one of us can, is to remember all the work you did wasn't for nothing. Just because you're angry or negative one day doesn't make you an angry or negative person, right? It doesn't. It doesn't mean that you're this awful person, that you're negative. You're just going through something, you have to feel it. Life is meant to ebb and flow. That's what life's about. And so you got to feed your body those feelings. You gotta feel it. And when you feel your feelings, you're feeding your body what it's supposed to be fed in that moment. So if you have to cry, you're feeding your body the energy of crying and letting it out. You're feeling upset and frustrated. Do your best not to be frustrated, of course, but like, do your best to let it out as fast as you can. Don't keep it lingering. Better to yell it out, scream it out within, like, give yourself like a 15-minute timer and just get pissed off. Feel it, let it out. But after that 15 minutes, that's when you end it. You literally stop it at that point. We're gonna get rolling in about a couple minutes. So I talked about the mind and the body. Now what about the soul? Or the spirit? How do you feed that? There is one way that I know, that I guarantee, that feeds the soul. And it's a powerful word, and it's a word that is really the only thing that matters, and that's the now. When you put yourself into the now, you're feeding your soul, because your soul is like linked to your heart. I mean, everything's linked to each other, but when you're present, you're feeding your soul. When you're, like right now, I'm sitting in a squat. I'm putting my opposite hand on my opposite shoulder, so I'm doing like a X right now, and I'm putting my head down on my on my right arm, and I'm just observing all this beauty right now. The colors, how it's changing, how 4 weeks ago it was like super hot and like it was all green. There was no colors yet. And seeing the transitioning happening in the moment, it's quite fascinating. We started walking when nature was like not bloomed yet. Like the trees were not filled, like they weren't with leaves. And then one day we came to the trail and like all the leaves were here. I've been getting to see the transition every day. It allows, it's feeding my soul the gift of being present. But the only way we stay in the present is not to, start thinking about things. Now, of course, your brain is wired to think. However, the thing is, like, will you entertain those thoughts? Will you allow those thoughts to take over? Or will you allow yourself to be in the now, right? Because that's all we have, is only the now. So like right now, all I'm doing is being in the now. I'm not thinking about what am I gonna eat when I get back, or what am I gonna be doing today. I'm not focused on that. I'm focused on, I'm seeing this water, it's making some beautiful sound. I'm hearing some other sound in the background, like some sort of motorized thing coming this way, and I'm looking at the trees with the colors. Yeah, exactly, the eternal here and now. So that's how we feed our soul, is to be in the now. Thank you, brother. Love you, dude. I'll see you later. Enjoy your time in the meeting with the people. And have a beautiful and magical day yourself. And I too will have an awesome, magical day. And with that, I think we will start heading back to, we're gonna start getting ready to move out because the phone battery is gonna be at 50%, and yeah. My socks are a little wet, but it's okay. Nothing crazy. Thank you, water, for this time. Feeding my soul, being in the now. I'll see you tomorrow, potentially. Later, water. I love you. And keep being awesome. Oh. And the leaves are just falling down. All right. We got to do some IWTing. And now I'm feeding the soul again by taking in the sounds of the nature around me. We've got whatever that is. That's not a cicada. That's like a eternal cricket right now, just chirping away. There's our brother coming this way. Morning, brother. He's got a happy, jolly look. Yep, you can feel the fall vibes now. And a lot of people are gonna start drinking that pumpkin spice latte. Cause that's an autumn fall thing, pumpkin spice latte. I've had one, I'm like, oh my God, this is like, who drinks this stuff? Yeah. But yeah, welcome to fall, y'all. As much as I love the summer, I'm like, okay, fall. We're in fall now. And it's just gonna, I mean, it's still lots of green, but we're seeing the transitioning. If it's like 2015 summer, that's all I ask, universe. If I have to stay here for a moment, that this December, January be like hot, like 2015 was. 2015 had like no snow whatsoever, like zero snow. So if it stays warm, I'm good. But eventually I'll have to start wearing jacket and gloves and all kinds of stuff. I'm like, I'm not one to wear layers. I'm not a fan of wearing layers. Anyways, so I'm feeding my soul by being here and being in the now. I feed my mind with good stuff. We're gonna be watching, Nero's video yesterday was actually pretty important because it talks about emotional associations that we have with things, which is like a paradox. So like he mentioned people who like money, and the moment I even utter the word money, it can create a feeling right inside of any of you who are listening of like, ugh. Or you'd be like excited about it. Some are excited, some hate it. And like he was saying yesterday in the video, and I'm going to rewatch it because I did start watching his video late, and when I start laying down, that's it, it's over. It's like when I get too relaxed and comfortable, I tend to like fall asleep. And so he was mentioning how people who live in the ends, the projects, the ghetto, when it comes to money, it's like a struggle. It's suffering. It's problematic. It's scarce. So when they associate that energy to money, they subconsciously are pushing money away, and they bring more of what they desire. So whenever they manifest money, they're actually manifesting the problem, not the money. Same thing with love. Who, like for me, for years, I hated women. I friggin' hated women so much. You have no idea. I wanted to just pulverize every one of them. I hated men too, don't get me wrong, I hated everybody. I wanted to pulverize women specifically for all the rejection. So like anytime it came to a relationship, I tied the association of rejection to relationship. So there's an underlying feeling towards relationship that had being rejected. And what does rejection feel like to me? It feels like outcasted, not good enough, not handsome enough, not this and not that. And of course, associating that energy to relationships. So anytime a relationship would come, it would create those feelings. And ultimately, the universe is looking at the feelings that you're embodying, because it's your emotional state of being, your frequency from your inner world that goes way deeper than your conscious mind, than your subconscious mind. And all the meditation, all of the affirmations, all that stuff will not work if you don't get deep enough and pull it out and uproot it. So like for me, that was a big one, relationship. For me, money, I don't think is a problem for me, because I always enjoyed having money, but I had a lack money mindset of like, oh yeah, I can only have like X amount in my bank account, and if I have any more, I have to spend it because X, Y, and Z, blah, 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 blah. But remember, y'all, practice love. I ultimately, even though I may not physically have, like in the physical world at the present moment, a lot, I don't tell myself I don't have it. I have it in my inner world, and as within, as without. And it won't just magically drop, but it can, random money just starts showing up in my account. That can happen. But ideas will start to spur through. I'm like, oh, this is an idea how to generate some resources that actually feel in alignment. Because it all starts from within. So like, it's a really great exercise. You have to sit and think, and like, what are my emotional associations to so-called thing? This can be extrapolated to business, to health, to whether it's friendships, romantic partnerships. There's 3 pillars. There's usually health, wealth, and relationship. So what are your emotional associations to relationships with a man or a woman? Do you subconsciously hate men if you're a woman? Or do you subconsciously hate women if you're a man? Do you subconsciously feel that money is hard to come by because it's been in your in your environment and you're seeing other people suffering who you love very, very much, but they always struggle with money, and that you don't want to be any different from them, because that whole idea of like being different implies that you've changed, and that you change sounds like death. Because when you change, then you get ostracized and outcasted because you're no longer in the same resonance with the people that you love. So you subconsciously will push it away. And that's why I'm just, checking myself every day. Where am I in my inner world when it comes to this stuff? And it's one thing to be aware and know these things, but it's a whole other experience to embody it. It's not enough to just know these things and talk about it. It's a whole other experience to actually bring it forth. And that's the reason why the live streams are here, so that you all will see how I will undo what I've created. Because we're always consciously creating. You just have to shift your inner world. And yesterday when we were watching one of the other videos from Wise Quote, it said something so paradoxical, and I had to laugh my ass off. We use divine power of skepticism to be skeptical of divine power. What the fuck? Really? That's what we do. We use divine power of skepticism to be skeptical of divine power. So we're using the very thing that we're skeptical of. But we don't think using skepticism is divine power. Because we have to see it to believe it. Many of us have been programmed to see it to believe it, not know it to see it. Because it has to follow a logical pattern. And if it doesn't follow a logical pattern, then it's not real. That's how the third dimensional mind works. But the third dimensional mind cannot see beyond the third, unless you've gone so damn deep with yourself to go into the fifth, which is oneness. It even said in the video yesterday too, that your senses can't even perceive what's on the other side of the third dimension. Your senses can't reach that state of being if you're locked in the third. It can if you transcend your senses and bring it to the fifth. So like you're planting seeds in the fifth, but they're gonna be brought forth in the third. But because we can't see the fifth, because we've been so programmed to see 3D, that's why it was tasked to me to call it the third dimensional thinking mind and not ego. The third dimensional thinking mind cannot see beyond the third dimension. Give a great example. If a 2D object were to attempt to see 3D, it would go crazy, because a 2D cannot generally see 3D. But a third dimensional thing can see a two-dimensional object. A third dimensional creature like us cannot really see 4 dimensions. There are people who draw 4-dimensional things, but our brain goes crazy. Our mind just goes absolutely nutty when we even see anything with 4D. So just imagine 5. How everything is all here and now. All of your past lives, your previous, like when I say past, I mean previous, and previous means concurrent right now, because incorrect definition will give you incorrect distortions of reality. Your concurrent incarnations that you've lived are still happening now in a parallel reality that is still happening now in the 5th dimension. Every soul you've ever been, or sorry, let me rephrase it. Every body you've ever been in is still happening. Like ancient Egypt is still happening. What else is happening? Atlantis is still happening. All those civilizations are still happening. Even your so-called future ones, and future is also happening concurrently with the now, are happening right now. And you have the ability to shift. But the reason why it's hard for third dimensional beings like us to shift is because we're tied to time in the third dimension, because time exists in the fourth and the third, but does not exist in the fifth. The planet is starting to shift into fifth dimensional consciousness. More and more people are starting to tap into fifth and knowing that everything's here and now. And it does work because others have brought forth things that logically doesn't make sense, but they made it make sense. That they didn't know how they were gonna pay for something. Like, for example, Neville Goddard back in the day, he was like, I don't know how I'm gonna get to X, Y, and Z place. And his Ethiopian mentor, it doesn't matter where he comes from, but his mentor was from Ethiopia, was telling him, you have to already know that it's done and feel it with all your senses. So he kept doing this for weeks and weeks and weeks, and then sure enough, he got a check, or he got a mail he got a mail, and it says that you're gonna have a fully paid trip to where he was supposed to go, because his mind reorganized reality from inwards, and reality has no choice but to submit. And again, what ties us is the third dimension and our memories. Memories are tied, and it's these memories that lock us into the limitations that we potentially experience. Nice green grass. So that's why, like, for me, I have to be absolutely delusional. And it may sound crazy when I'm saying things that I'm saying, like with me and Lindsay, but I'm with her. In my inner world, I'm with her already. That's done. It's finished. And if it's not her, it's someone else that's similar to her. And it's not about her looks. It's about the spirit that she has, or she embodies. The characteristics she has. Oh, it's making some kind of line. Interesting. Me being a trillionaire, and yes, I didn't stutter when I said that. Trillionaire with a T. Not a billionaire, a trillionaire. Why does Orion desire to be a trillionaire? Because it allowed me to do everything I came here to do with it. Billions are not enough. You can also just say, I have more than enough. If the word billion feels like ugh, but every one of you can be a billionaire or a trillionaire or even beyond that. But it comes down to what you entertain as your truth in your subconscious mind, if that's attainable. But a lot of people will associate billionaires to evil. There's this collective hive mind thought of billionaires being evil. There's also a collective hive mind of being a billionaire being a lot of responsibility. And yes, responsibility is necessary when you tap into that state of being. However, that word responsibility has a negative connotation. I know, because for me, that word responsibility, for the longest time, I didn't want any more responsibility than what I choose to. So I associated responsibility to more problems. More problems, I'll push it away. I want less problems in my life. I don't want more problems, because I tied responsibilities to the word problems, or the feeling of problems. So with more money, more responsibility. With a relationship, more responsibility. When you're single, you have less responsibility, right? because it's just you. So that word, responsibility, it's a very heavy word for a lot. If that word bothers you, responsibilities, then you will subconsciously push away everything else that comes with responsibilities. Like if you associate money and being a billionaire as being responsible and having responsibilities, you will push it away. And you will manifest more problems of responsibility. Like you'll be presented with people, circumstances, events, situations, and conditions that will present itself as responsibilities. And you don't, I have to move you, sir. I don't like seeing snails getting crushed. They're helpless. So if you see things like that, if you view responsibility as heavy, then you will literally push away those things subconsciously. Our mind is always geared to one thing: safety. Safety is priority number one. So if something is really supposed to be for you, but you've never experienced something before, then you will push it away because your subconscious sees it as a threat. If it doesn't know something or doesn't understand something, it views things as threats. And if it's a threat, you will literally push shit away. I know because I've done it all my life. And that's the whole self-sabotaging. And you have to start finding each word and associating what is this word associated with. Like, it's really going to force you to go inwards and really find a definition, because if you have the misaligned definition of a word, you will live the misalignment. So like, for example, money. Is money the root of all evil to you? Is that definition of money, is that what that is? Because that's what it was for my parents. And of course, I had to listen to them when I was younger, because I had no conscious awareness how to use my mind, because I didn't think that my mind was... I didn't think I had a proper mind, to be honest. Remember, I told myself I was like the mentally flawed human ever in history. Is money the root of all evil? Does money doesn't grow on trees? Well, if we take physical money for a moment, that's nothing but paper. And where does paper come from? Doesn't it come from trees? So technically money does grow on trees. Money comes from trees. Technically speaking, where do you think the paper comes from? But that's not money. Money is actually energy. It's you. Money is you. My own natural energy yield, it's you. We'll be running backwards in a moment when we get to the hill. So there's a lot of subconscious programming that has been put into you, and there's a bunch of people who are like, you gotta reprogram your mind, you gotta reprogram your mind, you gotta reprogram your mind. First, you have to uninstall the program to return back to neutral state. And neutral is abundance. Scarcity is a myth. It's a lie. But the reason why it's so real in our third dimensional reality is because collectively, almost everybody has agreed to this thing called scarcity. That's why there's so many people working jobs and attempting to have ends met. And it's about being conscious about even the things that people are saying. Like yesterday in the video, is talking about being conscious with the word I am. So like, it was giving an example, like a lot of people say, I'm tired, I'm hungry, I'm or I am not good at this thing. You're the creator. You're good at everything. Your body might be tired, but when you say, I'm tired, and you say it like that, then you're signaling to the body that I'm tired, and then what you tell yourself is what you expect, and what you expect is what you get. Now, of course, we're not here to gaslight ourselves, but at times you have to gaslight yourself. You have to trick yourself sometimes. You're not faking it till you make it though, but you do have to trick yourself. Because the subconscious mind doesn't adhere to language, it adheres to emotion. And it doesn't adhere to repetition. It adheres to an emotional state of being. You could be so-called traumatized once and it will alter your reality. Is that repetition? No. It's only repetition when you start thinking about it over and over and over, though. But because of that one experience, it will alter your reality. But you know, the funny thing is, you can have whatever is the opposite of traumatic, you can have a extraordinary experience that also is encapsulating into your subconscious. And that will stay locked in too. You can only have that, you can have that one experience and it can change your life too. It works both ways. It's not just one way, but majority of the world focuses on the negative. Because the collective hive mind, and I drew that picture of the hive mind and I showed it to Brian yesterday, and you all have seen it to some degree. Well, you all have seen it. That collectively, it's a bunch of negative energy. It's no one's fault. But at the same time, if you keep entertaining the negative energy, then that's what we get more of. So those who are like in the positive aspect, they're surrounded by a bunch of negative and they see it for what it is, and they have to do their best not to fall into the trap again. I'm doing my damn best to not fall into the trap, because the parents, they keep falling into the trap over and over and over, and they can't figure it out. They can't figure it out because they're just too locked in their mind. I can tell them everything, but the last time I attempted to speak to them, do you think they had anything? Do you think that anything I was saying was registering to them? No. So some people, you're gonna have to just let them be. You can't do anything for them. Some people are literally not meant to awaken, and that's the unfortunate reality. Unless for some damn reason some entity starts coming down to earth and like shakes the reality, that's not happening, because there is no savior coming. The savior is yourself. And it's by mastering your mind and being present in the now and staying in joy, knowing that you are the one that's consciously creating. So right now I'm consciously creating my parents to be rich inside, like they're rich. They have good mindset, they're healthy, they're strong, they're good loving people. And undoing all the memories that I've had of them of being negative. Of course, because if I keep projecting that energy out, that's what I'm going to keep experiencing with them. And yes, they are their own consciousness too, but as you keep rewriting your memories of like of people of the past, not people of the past, people that you're currently are with, a family, because family is one of those things that triggers the hell out of a lot of people. Sometimes you have to get triggered to bring it up, to be aware of it, and to release that trigger once and for all. Feel it. That's why there's the premise of feeling it to heal it. what I'm sharing is all interconnected with each other. It goes so damn deep and it's so intertwined and interconnected with each other. It's wild. Yeah, today's an indoor day, y'all. I'm gonna sit outside for a bit before it starts pouring down. It's warm, but it's an indoor day today for exercise, so we'll be indoors. Unfortunately, I like to be outdoors. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So all these things that I've mentioned, from the emotional association to words to everything else I just mentioned, is all interconnected with each other. It's not just one thing, it's many things. And you're gonna have to start linking things together and unlinking things together if you desire to live the life that you desire to live. For me, it's the trillionaire entrepreneur who is absolutely successful, who has the greatest love life, who is helping the world. That's my reality in my inner world. It hasn't caught up yet. And that's the other thing, not getting tripped up with what you see in your third dimensional world. Just because it's not changing doesn't mean it hasn't already been. If you can see it, it's already yours, it's done. But the problem is your eyes and your senses will start saying, but it's not here. And then you're getting tied to the third dimension, and then the universe sees this as like, oh, you're creating importance, and because you're creating importance, you will ultimately push this shit away. Because that means you don't have it, because you're still fixated on having in the physical, and your word having is physically owning, and that's the misaligned definition, that the universe's definition of having is vibrationally owning it. 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, I have a great thing that's about to come up. It's regarding the weather right now, actually. Many of you who have been on the stream have seen me walk in the sun, right? Is the sun out right now? Some of you are gonna say the answer is no, the sun is not out, right? Based on what you're seeing in the sky, the sun isn't out. But what if I told you that the sun is out? Would you believe me? Some of you would be like, well, it's technically daytime, but the sun isn't out. Because our eyes have been programmed to see things in the physical. Did you know the sun is actually, where's the sun usually? The sun is probably over there right now. If you fly high enough beyond the clouds, the sun is there. I guarantee it. So let me ask that question again. Is the sun out? It is. Your eyes just can't see it, but it's there. So that means you can think of this like this. The clouds represent the third dimension. You planted seeds. You're like, I desire to have a relationship with someone, or I desire to be successful in my business, or I desire to be the world's greatest chef. Insert whatever. You planted the seeds, but you can't see it because the sun, we'll use the sun as the fifth dimension. The sun is in the fifth dimension right now because you can't see the sun. You can only see clouds. So does that mean that it doesn't exist? It's because your eyes have been programmed to see in the physical. We have a lot of the way the world works is absolutely backwards. Action doesn't create result. mental alignment, your mental state of being actually produces the result, because you will take the physical action from a state of being. Cause and effect. What else? So just because you can't see the sun right now, that doesn't mean that the sun isn't there. If the sun wasn't out right now, it would be dark. It'd be nighttime. It'd be cloudy, but it'd be nighttime. So the sun is there. It's still giving some light to some degree. It's not as bright as it normally is, but there's still light. I can see clearer than it is when it's nighttime, though. And when it's nighttime here and it's daytime somewhere else, does that mean that the sun is gone? It's disappeared forever? No, because you damn well know that the following day will happen. Now, you don't know if you will make it to that next day, but you do know consciously that the sun and the earth is going to continue to spin. It's going to rotate. So that's happening. That's what we call a fact of life, of the third dimension, that we've all collectively agreed that the earth actually rotates around the sun. So again, I challenge your perception for a moment, because this is a perfect day to explain this. The sun isn't here right now. It's not visible to our eyes, but the sun is here. The sun is literally somewhere over there. Knowing that I know where the position is based on all the days I've walked where the sun is out fully, the sun is usually over on that side right now. So that means that your desired reality, if you have seen it in your mind, then it already exists. You just have to feel it fully with such emotional intensity, giving an emotional charge with your sensory abilities like seeing, smelling, touching, tasting, hearing, and you all can do that. But what gets in the way is the mind, the third dimensional mind, and because of your previous experiences that you keep bringing forth into the now. But it's hard to visualize. I used to tell myself, this is hard to visualize. I can't see. It's hard to visualize. I don't know how to visualize. Well, if you keep telling yourself that, then what do you think you're gonna get? The power of your words. Here we go. It comes right back down to the power of words again. What you expect is what you're gonna get. That's a law. Just like anything in your mind is law. And even if you can't, and the thing is, you're here to make it natural, not force it. But we force things that are supposed to be natural, and it's not natural. Ooh, oh, they're changing the light bulbs there. Like, look at that for a moment. The sun is there. You can tell just by that horizon. But the sun is not on, it's not down there, it's up there. It's just that the clouds have dissipated more on the lower surface of the sky. But technically that sky is not actually not low, it's just further away. So that means clouds are not really there. That's just in the distance. But if you look around everywhere else, you see the clouds. So again, this is a great example of, this is third dimension, the clouds are the third, and the sun and the rest of the sky is the fifth. You've planted your seeds where the sun is. But you don't think that the sun's there because you're only seeing what your eyes are seeing. Because again, we've been so friggin' programmed to see with our eyes. I've been programmed, you've been programmed, we've all been programmed to see with our eyes. And those are what we call the human eyes or the human eyes. And you have God's eye within you, or multi-dimensional eyes, the higher mind. But the higher mind can only be activated if you don't allow your lower third dimensional mind to kick in. Oop, it's raining now. It started to rain, see? It wasn't raining, now it's starting to rain. It was to serve a lesson here. We were just walking the entire time and it wasn't even raining, and now it rains, but I'm almost back. The universe is challenging me to see if I will emotionally react to this or not. My hair. Well, there goes my hair. I was not attempting to get it wet, but now it's going to get wet by natural rain. But you see, my point to say all this is to say is, you know, the rain is out now. Does that mean that the sun is not around? The sun is around. And watch, by the time when I get to the house, it probably might ease up on the rain. So the umbrella would have been useless for majority of the walk. Now it would have been useful, but it's okay. We're almost back. Just a little bit more. Water doesn't kill me. My hair is wet though now, but it's all good. I went whole couple weeks without wetting my hair. But I'll let the rain give me a nice hair wash right now. So we'll be dealing with this kind of weather for the next 4 days, apparently. So, yep. Definitely have to change my clothes when I get in because I'll be all soaked. I'll throw my stuff into the dryer quickly. I'm already wet, so there's no point running. That would just make me even more wet. 13, 12, 11, 10. Almost back. It's actually lucky. It's so dark. Hold on. I can't charge my phone. That's not good. I'm just I'm just drying off myself and cleaning up the charger, because if I plug things in now, it'll get shorted out. So I'm gonna mute you for a moment. So I'm gonna have to pause the live stream for a moment and restart it when the phone dries, because I can't charge shit up at the present moment. Damn it all. Yeah. Solution. Universe. Do I have like an air? Do I have like a blow dryer or some shit that can? I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna have to quickly do something. I'm gonna mute you all. So, for those of you who are wondering what I'm doing, the phone got wet and I have to charge you all up. So I'm using my vacuum, this suction vacuum, to like blow hot air into the thing. But I have to mute you all, so. And that's the reason why when we let me see if the thing's gonna work now. I think I gave it enough time to cool out. Nope. Still. Disconnect to allow the connector. Emergency override. Hopefully it's okay. I don't know if you all can hear me, but I'm gonna have to give the phone a little bit of a juicing. Let me see if it's working. Hey babe, gotta check something. Test, test, test. No. You're hearing that thing. Charging not available. Ah, son of a bitch. Okay, the live stream's gonna have to end shortly because the phone is gonna die. Or I just keep blowing out the heat with the heat gun or with the vacuum thing. That's the only thing. That's the reason why. The only thing I don't like about the rain is that causing that. The rain, it came flooding down, and then I'm gonna put you all on mute. Okay. If it still doesn't work, then I'll have to turn off the phone. And I'll have to read the live stream. Damn rain. And this thing's screwed now. Nope. Still doesn't. Charging me now, damage your phone. Okay. So I'm gonna have to end the stream, but I'll be back. So give me maybe an hour or so, and we'll see what happens with the charging. That's what happens when I should have put y'all in my pocket, but it's all good. No big deal. The phone will dry itself. The phone unfortunately got wet, and the charger it keeps saying every time I plug in the cord, it just keeps saying you can't charge because the charger port is wet. So I can't do anything, and my phone battery's gonna die. at the present moment. Well, it's not I can't do anything. I have a vacuum thing that I'm attempting to blow the air and make it hot, but it's not working. So, have you all on mute. I have this thing here. So this thing, it's a high-powered duster. It's really meant to blow out dust, but I'm attempting to use the heat from it to blow out the water, because it's saying it's detecting the port being wet. And because of that, I can't do anything at the present moment. And if I do, it might damage the phone. And that's the last thing I desire, is to get my phone damaged. Because I remember this happening last year, and I was like, for fuck's sakes. So I'm gonna mute you all for a moment, and I don't know if that's gonna do it, but I have this other I have this other attachment thing that I'm gonna take off and put on. Yeah, little bit of annoyance, but it's all good. Okay, so I'm gonna do it again, so bear with me. Okay, let's see what happens now. Let's see what happens now. Let's see what happens now. Ooh. I'm gonna use this thing. I got it. Nice. Okay, we're using the phone microphone, so it's gonna sound like absolute dog shit for now. We got it. I don't have to restart the live stream. Fuck yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, I don't have to restart the live stream, but I do have to change my clothes. Yeah, I'm gonna like talk, but you won't be able to hear me, so I'm just gonna step away for a moment. Okay, I'm back. I'm just changing clothes now. Ooh. That was wild. my, my body's like all like sticky, or not sticky, but like moist because of the rain. Like things are becoming hard to put on. Okay, we're back. Yeah, Bone's okay. I wasn't looking for my hair to get wet, but whatever, it's all good. This should be dry now. Let me see something. Now we can test the live stream. We can test the live stream. Test. 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 Yep, this is working now. Yep. Perfect. Cool. Oh my god. Come on. I can't use this? Well, then I'm gonna have to use this. Ah, it's annoying. It's this thing. Alright, I'm gonna go grab. No point using this pen for now. Well, with that all being said, I'll be back. I'll be back. Okay, I'm gonna go get breakfast. I know it's really terrible that you're hearing the microphone the way it is, but just bear with me. Because apparently this thing is wet. And because it detects that this thing is wet, it causes chaos, so uno momento. I am back. But the damage has been done. Damage has been done outside. $30, 40%. Okay. I'll take you all outside. Because it stopped raining. I'm going to put on my shoes. Ooh, thunderstorm. A little wet out here. Nothing too crazy though. It's kind of wet out here, but it's all good. The chair might be a little wet. It's all good. So we at least found a solution to fix that, but fortunately we did have to deal with the rain. So that goes there. It's raining again. Son of a... Yeah, we're definitely having to do the play out indoors today. I'm sure the audio is absolutely atrocious right now. Let me see. Let me see what I even sound like right now. Test 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I sound like crap. I sound like I'm super far away. Alright, so let's see. It sounds so atrocious. Oh my god. It sounds absolutely atrocious. Let's see. What do I sound like now? Let's see. What do I sound like now? Let's see. I sound so much better. I sound so much better. It's not bad. Had it rain like this earlier, it would have been fine. But that had to happen for me to get a solution to drying my phone. I have to go get the walker. All right, I got my walker. Just so I have it for when we are inside. Because ultimately, we're going to have to use this indoors soon. Oh, yeah. Wait, what? 30-minute meditative jump rope workout. What?
Yo, what's up, JRD athletes? Today, we're doing something a little bit different, but I think it's going to be really good. So we're doing a 30-minute meditative jump rope workout. And the reason that I had the idea for this workout was because there's a lot of days where I'm moving around or I might be driving my truck somewhere and I just need to get in a quick jump rope workout, but I'm not so focused on like burning calories and getting super intense. I'm more just focused on like my flow, maybe relieving a little bit of stress, enjoying a good view, enjoying some music. And so the point of today's workout is it's not going to be any less intense. Like I'm obviously going to continue to get after it, but we're going to have some meditative music playing in the background. And what I really want you to focus here, and I'm going to try not to talk as much or try to be a little bit more calm with it, because the point of today's workout really is just to like, again, like I said, get into your flow, relax, de-stress from the day, skip rope, and that's it. So we're going to do 3,000 skips. I'm mostly going to do them in sets of 100, 200. I'm not going to give myself any strict rules because, again, the point of this is to just relax, work on our breathing, and de-stress. So follow along with me. I'm using the quarter pound from Crossrope for the entire workout. It's the one that you always see. It's linked up right here. And also, don't forget, we got a 60-day money-back guarantee. Yeah, that link's right here. And then there's also a code that is showing up on the screen here for you to save as well. Don't forget, you can do this workout with ropeless. So if you're maybe in an apartment and you're not able to jump rope, don't forget the ropeless option as well, which is linked up here. And lastly, this workout is a part of our newest heavy rope program on the JRD app. For anyone who's looking to lose weight or go through a transformation or just level up their jump rope game, check out the JRD app. This workout in particular is from the new heavy rope program. And in the JRD app, we have all different kinds of programs. We have information about nutrition, and we also have the accountability and coaching form.
Well, we're back to the crappy mic for now.
So if you're someone who's like, dude, I want to jump rope. Sprint. Good. 100 more left. And then we're at 1,000. Third of the way through. Come on.
That's funny. That's awesome. Good job, Randy. Such a good dude. Such a good dude. Good dude for doing that. 2, 3, 4. Rain, 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 rain. We got tomorrow. Tomorrow's supposed to be... Okay. Ooh, the weather's gonna be so good on the weekend. Ooh, 75 on Friday, 76 on, or 75 on Saturday, 77 on Sunday. Let's go. Let's go. We got some really good warm weather. The evenings are a little bit nippier. 52. Ooh. Ooh. It's like, it goes down, what, like 20 something degrees Fahrenheit. That's madness. So that charger is fine. So there's something up with this. So I'm gonna go get the vacuum thingy again. And because there's something wrong with this connector thing. So I'll be back. So I'm here, just having to tackle stuff. This is my vacuuming thing again. Just double check. Well, it's gonna have to be done one way or another. This thing is a lot of shit. No, no way around it. I'm gonna mute. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. Okay. Oh. I'm gonna have to mute. Come on. Come on. Come on. It's getting annoying now. Really getting friggin' annoying. Nope. Son of a bitch, man. Well, I don't know. I don't know. And I don't. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this again. Okay. 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 Test. Test. Yep. It's working. Test. Yep. Ugh. Ugh. There's like a mosquito on the ground there. Finally kind of got it working. Okay. Don't know if anybody's here. It's funny though how I tapped into a solution to get the phone dry. And that's by being in the now, and the solution came. Go get your air duster thing. It's funny because when you're not in the now, the solutions are harder to come. But when you force yourself, when you stay in the now, the answers come easier. But it's like a paradoxical thing, because when you're not in the now, I'm gonna leave this thing out here for now. Feet feel like wet and whatnot. When you're not in the now, it makes things harder. Makes things a lot more difficult. So if we're going to feed our mind something, we may as well feed it the now. I got a little frustrated because I was like, damn it, like, why are you raining now? Why are you raining so hard? It was to get to this point to talk about this. Just, shit is going to happen. Life's going to throw you a curveball. That's what we call one of those curveballs. Because look, it didn't rain the entire time. The universe is like, don't take your umbrella. But then, of course, as we started heading back and we were like super close, then it started raining, and then it started raining hard. I'm like, are you serious? Like, come on. What is up with this thing? So when we start leaving the now, we start focusing on, like I could have been like, woe is me, getting wet. But, it's a reminder that next time it rains like that again, because it will happen again at some point, or I will declare actually doesn't happen, that I put you all in my pocket. It's okay if I, because all that could have been avoided, literally. But here we are. We're good. Phone's charging. The mic's working. We have to do our play out inside today, though. Unfortunately, it's not feasible to do it out here. Well, I mean, we kind of can. It's just that my mat will then get wet. So I'd rather just do it inside and just get it done and over with inside. Yeah. It's fascinating, though, how when I was like, okay, how am I going to get this phone to dry? There's got to be a solution. I immediately jumped to solution focus, not focusing on the problem. Like, fuck, I have to turn off my phone and la 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 la. I'm like, no, you know what? I was like, I may have to turn off the phone. I'll be back. Maybe give me about an hour or so. I was like, no, I'm gonna find a solution. I'm gonna get the phone dry enough. I have a duster, which shoots it's really loud. It's extremely loud. It's louder than the vacuum. Like, I'm so grateful I bought that thing when I did, because I bought it for like $20 at cost when I was working at Tiger Direct. Because if you were to go buy that thing now, it's like $100. There's no way I'm paying $100 for that thing. I paid $20, and it's one of the best investments. It literally is the best vacuum out there. The only problem is it requires a cord. That's the only thing. It's high powered. But you know, it's not actually really big of a deal, because if I have one of them like car inverters where I can plug in shit, right? Like this is like the best thing to clear dust out of anything. Like I can clean all kinds of stuff. Like this thing nukes dust, and it comes with like different attachments and stuff. I also don't know why I put my keyboard thing in. Oh, I know why I did that. I put it in here because this is what I was using to clean my keyboard. So, yeah. What are we doing today? We're gonna be... Damn, Dan, I wish you did an upper body today with your 4x5, but you didn't. All groovy.
Having finished his story, and then the John Cena heel turn of what happens at WrestleMania, and then SummerSlam, and now this. Please welcome the American Nightmare, the undisputed WWE Champion, Cody Rhodes.
Adrenaline in a soul, and the vein bottom to the...
Controversial situation, no doubt. I would like to take a moment. Is our wrestling IQ. What we have is our instincts. And if you look at some of
You are also, don't let the smile fool you. You pay attention to everything. You're incredibly competitive. And on a night like tonight, when everyone's talking Cena Lesnar and everyone's talking about the mixed tag, is there a bit of a chip on your shoulder of like, I'm the champ, I'm defending my title, let me show people why I'm that guy?
I think there's a chip, but it's a positive thing. It's any of those matches could have been the main event. What was motivational for me was knowing that we were going to be on ESPN, knowing where we were going to be. I was on. Always comes the question at a moment like this to discuss your future. And when we sit back and we think about your future, where does your mind go? So I was on First Take the other day. I was on.
Now we're having a conversation.
Well, I guess this is where somebody else's mind goes. Seth freaking Rollins is making his way to our set. The World Heavyweight Champion. And the undisputed champion.
I'd like to see them face each other again.
years here, so you know who's going to show up in a moment. But the drama that was unfolding, these fans have waited 10 years for AJ Lee. But it took forever for Punk to get that tag, E.
Look, I think Becky and Seth were very strategic about the ways that they made sure to keep AJ on the outside, the way they grinded Punk down, the way they were able to pull AJ from the apron as Punk was stretching for the tag. They did a great job of isolating CM Punk until they couldn't anymore, and then AJ was unleashed.
And I think it was really cool to get to see AJ. You know, we spoke about this some on the Countdown show. The women's wrestling game has changed a lot. You know, let's not forget, AJ was around in the Divas era, right? Things have changed a lot. So getting to see her with one of the true stars of today, someone who, according to her and Sports Illustrated, is the greatest women's wrestler of all time, getting to see her handle that was special.
I'll tell you what. You want that? Let's bring it out. AJ Lee and CM Punk. Back to you. You know, King Lee, I'm getting off course. Welcome back. Welcome back. Oh no, please don't do it, don't do it.
You're right there.
Come on, let's sit down, Phil. Let's go! If I stepped away from this from 10 years and tried to be on live TV, I'd suck. How awesome was she? I mean, we listen, we practiced. Talking about practice. No, it's the game. That happens in the ring. Talking about practice. All right? There's a couple of people around here that call themselves the greatest wrestling couple in history, and they ain't even like top 10. I'm talking, it goes like maybe number 4, Billy and Chuck. We got Dirty Dick Slater and Dark Journey. Number 3 with a bullet. Number 2, Adrian. Miss Linda, and then of course CM Punk and his beautiful wife, AJ Lee. AJ, how good did that feel? How good did that feel tonight?
Him showering me with compliments, that's every day of my life. The match, it felt amazing. It was really surreal. It's been a minute. Everything hurts way more than I remember. But that was a lot of fun.
We're watching AJ Lee.
That's well deserved.
AJ, there's an AJ Lee save me sign, and I can't tell you the amount of people online, the wrestlers in the back that you have influenced. Your impact on this industry, but this world is so immense. Is it overwhelming for you to get all this love and to impact on this world?
That is so sweet, thank you.
That's weird.
That was like straight to the heart. Like, kind of like when you almost broke my sternum.
That sounds familiar. That's
Straight.
been 12
I'm so
years.
sorry.
Can we move
I've
on?
been waiting for that receipt. It is the most meaningful thing I can ever do is connect to my fans, particularly young women, and connect on the mental health topic. It's the greatest thing I will ever do in my life.
CM Punk is famously and proud a sober man. A sober man.
Let me see. Tess. Let me see. Tess. Yeah. It was weird. That thing stopped for a moment. It was weird. That thing stopped for a moment. It was weird.
So we all know CM Punk is famously and proudly a sober
Let me just-
That is so sweet, thank you. That was like straight to the heart. Like, kind of like when you almost broke my sternum. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I've been waiting for that receipt.
It's raining again.
Definitely. I mean, everyone was so welcoming and so kind and so complimentary in a way that made me feel like, oh, I did something and that it meant something to these wonderfully talented women. To me, any tiny piece of their journey is something. I'm so proud of them, like a mama, and they were wonderful. And I'm happy to be
Oh my God.
in their presence in the locker room. But the evolution of the women has been the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. They deserved it 10 years ago. They deserve it now. They deserve even more in the next 10 years.
It was an awesome scene. A Black Widow submission. So many incredible spots there. We church the table spot there. The time again. The save with the stop as well. There was such drama throughout the night. By the way, where's Larry? We couldn't get Larry to come out to the ring. Where's Larry? Some dressing room. We couldn't get Larry. Yes, some dressing room. Next time. It promises next time on a post show.
Yeah, listen, Larry's, he's I'm going to be completely honest with you. He's all trazodoned out.
That pyro's crazy.
You never know what he's going to do, and he's either going to pee on somebody or at somebody. And I might
No
too.
teeth.
You never know.
Hey, that wouldn't be the first time in a wrestling crowd. Hey, how about a big hand for CM Punk? Congratulations.
Okay. I gotta do this thing again. Like, it's just... That's why I gotta keep doing this thing. I hope you all didn't hear all that. I really hope that wasn't. I hope I muted myself during that time. If not, you all basically had to deal with a bunch of blasting noise. Blasting noise. Blasting noise. Okay. Come on. You all heard all that. That's how annoying this thing's getting now. What the hell? Hold on. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna restart my phone. I'm gonna restart my phone. I'll be back. Okay. gonna use this for now. This still says the detected blah 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 blah. I don't know. Test. Test. Okay. I'm gonna grab my food. Welcome back, people. Yeah. I think my computer downstairs is all right. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I've heard from multiple sources that the rapture is happening this Tuesday or Wednesday. Jesus is coming soon. Has anyone heard the rapture taking away of the saint in the coming up this week, followed by 3 days of darkness? Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. Please, whatever happens, if anyone gets left behind, do not. For fuck's sakes. To those who believe this, please transfer me all your money. Give me your house. That's funny. That's crazy. Okay, I still can't really charge, and I can't really use my actual microphone because every time I plug this shit in, it keeps saying that it's wet and this blah 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 blah. I just restarted my phone, blah 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 blah, and like, so I can't use my microphone. I have to use the phone microphone, and it sounds like it sounds awful. Ugh. I know what it sounds like. It sounds like trash. It's like not even, there's no point even speaking. Because I've been using my vacuum to like dry it up, but it's still not fully working. It was like working for like a good 20 minutes, and then I saw that it stopped charging. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Liquid has been detected in the lane. Disconnect, allow to dry. This may damage your iPhone. What the fuck? Ugh, this is driving me nuts. It's driving me nuts. That's why I'm not letting it drive me nuts. know it works, but it keeps requiring to be dried. But like, what the fuck? Come on. What the fuck? It was just working. Go this way. Son of a bitch, man. Shit is like really starting to piss me off. I was seeing if I can get the damn phone to start charging, but it keeps saying that the message keeps saying da 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 lightning charge blah 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 blah. So sun came out. Now if it can stay out, that would be awesome. I'm gonna leave it plugged in like this for now without charging. Holy shit. People frown upon others for selling their souls for riches, while those same people sell their souls for poverty. That's a bar. Okay.
Have you ever met one of those people who just seem to have this love?
God, are you kidding me?
The rules don't apply to them. They have this magic touch, and they can just get what they want in their lives, no matter the apparent circumstance or limitation. These people are tapped into what I call the invincibility frequency. This is the
It's driving me nuts. I can't use my microphone. I have to use the crappy ass iPhone microphone. Unless I use my earpods. But my earpods, I don't know if it's gonna use.
Can you believe it? The first step for a newly bought phone is actually to do this. A fan recently purchased a brand new 16 Pro, and instead of rushing to open it, activate it, download software, or take photos, they chose to mail it to us to have North help expand it to the maximum memory. After unboxing the phone, the first step is to help the fan check for any appearance flaws. Once confirmed there are no issues, activate the phone. You can see the original memory is 128 gigabytes. Next, we are going to open the phone to perform a procedure and directly increase the 128 gigabytes of internal memory to 1 terabyte.
What the hell? What kind of stupid video is that? What are all these videos?
If you see this warning pop up on the screen of your iPhone, do not.
Okay, I'm gonna have to leave the phone just now. That's gross. I'll just have to reduce the brightness.
Hey everyone, Technometry here with a video for you guys. Now, if you're seeing liquid detected in the lightning connector on your iPhone, you want to go ahead and follow these steps to fix this issue. So let's get started. Now, first thing to do is not click on emergency override, and I'm going to explain why. When you do emergency override and you actually have liquid in this charge port, it can actually damage your phone. So try avoiding that and just click on dismiss and follow these steps first. So first thing you want to do is go ahead and see if you can dry this out. Usually you can dry it out by simply taking a napkin or a microfiber cloth, just keep on tapping it here, see if liquid comes out. Now, liquid might not come out, but it still might have moisture or it might still be wet inside. So you want to try to air dry it out. And this requires you just waiting a couple of hours, leave it by a fan or somewhere where there's ventilation. Or if you have one of those handheld fans, you can try to fan it out. If you have a compressed air, you can lightly try to blow it to see if you can dry it out. So that's going to be an important thing to do. The next thing to also go ahead and do is that if you happen to have a charger, make sure the charger itself didn't get wet. Sometimes those charge port can get wet and trying to connect it will not work. So you want to dry out your charger as well to rule those things out. Now, along with that, if you did all of this and it's been a while and you know for sure it's dried out, but you're still getting this error message, you're going to follow this step, which you're going to quickly press and release the volume up, quickly press and release the volume down, then hold on to the side button until the screen goes completely black and the Apple logo appears. So I'll do volume up, volume down very quickly, and then I hold on to the side button just like that, and keep on holding onto that side button until you can get the screen to go completely black and the Apple logo to reappear. So as you can see here, I'm waiting for the screen to go completely black, and once I see the Apple logo, I let go of it. Now, if it doesn't work the very first time, just keep on trying this method. It does work. You're going to quickly press and release the volume up, volume down, and then hold on to that side button until the screen goes completely black. This method will not delete any of your data. It's basically shutting down the phone software, reloading the code. So if it's a software, a bug or glitch impacting you and getting that message, it will go ahead and fix it. And
Okay. to use, you have to just do that for now.
In this quick video, I'm gonna show you how to actually dry your iPhone's charging port in here so you can actually be able to charge your iPhone again and get rid of any message that might be similar to this one, which says charging not available, liquid has been detected in the lightning connector. Disconnect to allow the connector to dry. This may take several hours. So I'm gonna quickly show you how to speed up this process and get rid of this. The error might also appear on this layout right here. Hey, my name is Shaq, and in this channel I help you fixing tech related issues. So if you're into tech content, consider subscribing here to the YouTube channel. So basically, this issue of having your iPhone stuck here on the screen or unable to charge is something very common, but you do not need to worry about it because this won't damage your phone. Okay, this usually gets solved on its own, but I'm gonna show you how to speed up the processing here. Okay, so first things first, if you see this message, this is most probably because you've got water inside your phone. Okay, you've got water inside your phone, and the very first step in here to actually increase the speed of getting your iPhone to dry is to lock your phone, put it like this in this position, and then just hit it here on your hand. Okay, this might be something dumb to do, but it works and helps a lot. It will help you get rid of this error much faster. Okay, so you're gonna be performing this for like 5 to 10 minutes, and it doesn't hurt your hand. It's something super easy to do, and this will help you fixing the issue. Now, if this doesn't help fixing the problem, we're gonna move into this step number 2. So in step number 2, I'm gonna ask you to like try to connect a different cable into your phone. It might be the case that your cable is wet and not your charging port. So changing your cable is the very first thing that you need to double check in order to see if this solves the issue that you've got. Now, if switching your cable, trying a different cable doesn't work out, we're moving into the next step, which is the step number 3. Okay, so pretty much here in step number 3, you're gonna need a toothpick. I've got in here a bunch of toothpicks. I'm gonna just quickly take one. Okay, let me grab one toothpick in here, and this should be enough to solve the issue that you've got. So what we're going to be doing in here is actually cleaning the charging port that we've got in here on our phone. Okay, it might be that we've got in here dust, dirt, or lint. Okay, anything that is actually blocking you from charging your phone. So you're going to be inserting the toothpick here, and you're going to be performing this movement to the left and remove. Okay, insert, left, remove. And over here, you're going to remove as much lint and dust as possible. Now make sure you perform this with a toothpick, because if you have something else, it might damage your phone. So make sure that you're using a toothpick just like mine right here. As you can see in here, we've got a lot of lint coming out here from our phone. Okay, so you gotta perform this in order to remove as much lint as possible from your phone. Here's a quick representation of how much lint I actually found here on my phone. See, all this is actually dust, and it might be blocking your phone from charging. Now, if this doesn't help fixing the problem that you've got, we're moving into the last step, where I'll ask you to actually force restart your phone, because there might be a glitch. Okay, it might be.
I'll be back. What the fuck? You gotta be fucking kidding me right now. Shit. Not even plugged in. Stuff on the port now. Gonna go grab something to eat. Figured something else out too with my, so when there's poor coverage, that's when YouTube, that's when the phone attempts to use more battery. Okay. So that means okay. I looked at too many of these videos. Test 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2, 3. Yep, this is good. Yep, this is good. Well, it's gonna have to dry one way or another. Okay, don't do that. Don't start that. Don't. Start that.
stop right there. Right there. Chloe, you're the only person in the world who knows this. In a loud, clear voice, tell everyone the card that you were just thinking of.
10 of hearts.
10 of hearts. This is crazy. I don't even know what that next card is. I have no idea if this worked. 10 of hearts? I hope you guys enjoyed that performance. What we're learning today is one of my absolute favorite mind reading tricks with a deck of cards, borrowed cards. It's my version of a trick called Out of Sight, Out of Mind by Divernon, who was arguably the best card magician who ever lived. And he had a version of this which was absolutely brilliant, changed my life, but it had an extra step that I wanted to get rid of. And I did, and I made it simpler, and this is the version that I do now. I swear by this. When somebody hands me a deck of cards and wants to see a mind reading trick, this is the one I will do most of the time. I love it. Now, this is not something that is technically difficult. In fact, technically there are like 2 moves and they're both extremely easy.
It's gonna be hard to really hear me.
Where this gets a little tricky is the process that you have to remember depending on what happens. But it's really easy if you follow along. I highly recommend having cards in hand, but if you don't, you'll still get what's going on. Let's take a look at it step by step. So as you saw in the video, this is done with a normal deck that is shuffled before you begin by the spectator, which means that
Just
when
looking
you're
up
done,
some random
6 random cards are going
random
to
thing.
You're not going to know what they are. You don't need to know what they are. But for this explanation, I've placed the ace through 6 of hearts just for you to be able to follow what's happening. That's the only reason these are at the top. So the deck is shuffled. You take the cards back and you tell them, since the cards are shuffled, I can't know the order of anything. I'm just going to show you some cards. Think of any card that you see. Just think of it, don't say a word. Now you just show them, slowly, the top 6 cards. And when you get to the 6th, you ask, do you have one in your mind yet? 98% of the time, they say yes. I can't remember the last time somebody said no, because if you go slowly, that's a lot of time for them to think of a card. If they say no, you just get rid of these 6 cards and do it again with 6 other cards. It's as simple as that. Now, if they say yes, which is most of the time, they're thinking of one of these 6 cards. You don't know what they are, and it doesn't matter. Here's what you do. You put the cards down, and you place 3 of them down. Then your pinky goes on top of those 3, and you add the other 3 on top, like that. So I'm holding what's called a pinky break under 3 cards. Now you're going to do what's called a double undercut. Basically, you're going to get those 3 cards to the bottom. Your thumb is going to come over, your right thumb, hold that opening like this. You're going to grab half the cards from the bottom here.
They're revealing a trick.
Then bring all the rest to the top. And what you've done with that process is you've put the 3, the 2, and the 1, basically the first 3 options at the bottom. Again, it wouldn't be these 3, just 3 of the cards they could be thinking of are now at the bottom. You hold the cards like this, so that just kind of look like you show them some cards and then mix them into the deck, so you can't possibly know what they're thinking of. Now you need to add 1 random card to the bottom of the deck. Here's how I do that. I say, now I want you to think about this. Most card tricks have you take a card out, but you didn't. You just thought of one. So in saying that, I just grabbed a random card and put it at the bottom. Before we go on, let's see the situation. At the bottom you have a random card. Then you have, in this case, the ace, the 2, and the 3.
There's like no fish on
3
this.
of the cards they could have
Oh,
chosen.
bone.
Then you have the rest of the deck, and then at the top you have the 3 other cards they could have chosen. Make sure you can get to this point pretty easily. Now that the cards are in that order, and they don't know, they just think they thought of a card and you mixed it in. You could do some fake shuffles or fake cuts if you know how. At this point, you need to find any reason to show them the deck. Any reason at all. Now in the video, I said something like, I just want you to see where the card is. It doesn't even make any sense. I don't even know why I said that. I had some sort of brain fart. Usually I say this, I go, to really build a strong image in your mind, I just want you to see that card 1 more time. But you could find any reason to do this. But here's what you're going to do. You're going to turn the cards over, and you're going to go through them
And to them, it's just going to look like you're showing them some of the cards, but here's what you're doing actually. In your mind, you're counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You're pinching 7 cards down just like this. There's no real technique. You're just holding that bunch. And then you're spreading to about half the deck, like that. And you're asking the most important question of this trick. You're asking them, did you see your card yet? Now the answer to that question is going to determine where you go from here. I'm going to cover both options separately. So let's assume at this point you've asked, have you seen your card yet? And they say yes. Well, they don't know this, but you know that their card is either the second, the third, or the fourth. Here's what you do. You have that spot after the 7th card. You cut there, you place these cards on top, like this, and now, because you did that, because you held that 7th card and now you brought it to the top, you know for a fact that their card is either the 4th, the 5th, or the 6th. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. That has to be their card because they said they saw it. Now let's go back to what you would do if they say they haven't seen their card. So you went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You kept going like this. You said, have you seen your card? They say no. Now you know that their card is one of the top 3. Now you don't show them that. Instead of bringing the cards to the top like this, which is what you would do if they had said yes, you just let go, you close the deck up, you say, never mind that, I still think I can do this. With your thumb, you peel 3 cards off, 1, 2, 3, and you throw them on top. And you turn the deck like this. And that's super casual. Now, once again, their cards are in the 4th, 5th, or 6th position. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. So either way, whether they say yes or no, the process you're going to follow will put the 3 potential cards that they're thinking of in the 4th, 5th, or 6th position from the top of the deck. But you don't know what they are, and it doesn't matter, because here's what you're going to do. You're going to put the cards down on the table, and you're going to start taking cards one at a time from the top of the deck into your palm. And you're going to do it like this, to where they're slightly tilted towards you. You take the first one, then the second one, and you really make it seem like you're focusing and really trying to figure out what their card is and where it is. That's 3. On the 4th one, you're going to do 2 things. The first is you're going to look at what it is. Now, don't be obvious about it. Just on the way to your left hand, you're going to slightly tilt it towards you and get a look at what it is. Now, I see that it's the 4 of hearts, but it won't be. It'll be a random card that you're going to see there. Just remember what it is. The second thing you're going to do is, as you place it on the packet in your left hand, you're going to put your pinky under the card like this. So it's holding that spot. The 5th one, you're going to look at as well, and you're going to add to that 4th card. So you're going to look at it. I see it as the 5 of hearts, but again, subtly look at it and place it on top of that 4th. And I like to do that to make sure that everything is square. So my pinky is now under 2 cards, but from the front, they can't see that. Now I focus. Sometimes I say, no, you know what? I'm going to stop right there. Now here's the important thing. I don't say I'm going to stop there, and I don't say I'm going to stop here. I just say I'm going to stop there. Now you're going to ask, what was your card? And you're going to hear one of 3 things. You're either going to hear the 4th card that you saw that is directly above your pinky. You're either going to hear the card you added to it right there, the 5 of hearts in this case, or you're going to hear a card that you haven't seen, that isn't one of these 2. If they name a card that you haven't seen, you know it's the next one. And that is the best case scenario. Because you drop these cards, you get rid of them, and you say, I don't even know what that next card is. Nobody does. And you turn it over. In my performance, that's what happened, and it gets sick reactions. If they name the 5th card, so I say, what was your card? In this case, they say 5 of hearts. I drop that pinky, opening, just get rid of it. And I say, you could have thought of any card. I have no idea what it was. Cool. 5 cards.
Master of illusions. That's what magic is. Illusions.
And again, I say, there's no idea what this was. And now I'm going to turn over 2 cards, which is called a double lift or a double turnover. And I will leave a couple of links in the description where you should learn some amazing technique on how to make that look real good. Okay guys, so there it was. Remember to go back and follow that process a couple of times until you could just make it second nature and you don't have to think about it. And when you do that, you will have a miracle on your hands. Let me know in the comments if you have any questions. Let me know what you thought about the trick in the comments. When you go out and do this, let me know in the comments
Magic,
how
huh?
it went. Please remember to subscribe, turn those notifications on, and I will see you on the next one.
Give you a like. Not bad. Unfortunately, I have to take off my microphone for now. Keeping things, yeah. We're gonna start the exercises shortly. Just kind of making sure all is good with this thing. Seems all right now, but we'll have to wait and see a little bit more. But I did command it to fix itself. Note to self, even though it's really hard to really hear me, we are not going out in the rain without an umbrella. Like it didn't rain until we got closer, but yeah. My intuition was like, put the phone in the thing, and I'm like, no, I can make it back. I'm like, okay. That's what you get. So now we know all this little hassle with having to, clear the phone and do all this stuff and whatnot. We're gonna get rolling soon. Don't want to be inside. I really don't desire to be inside. I'm focusing on I desire to be outside. Like the concrete is wet here as well. Like it's damp. I could technically do the play out here. I could. I don't really desire to get the mat wet because then we'll have to deal with another thing inside, and I'm like, so. And the thing is that because I'm so far away from you all, like I'm not even close. Like I'm close, but I'm not close. I have to yell for you all to hear my voice because the microphone shit is like the dongle thing keeps saying that it's yeah. I mean, it should be fine now, but what I'm gonna do after, I'm gonna give the phone enough charge to handle the play out. hate it. Really hate it. I don't like it. Okay, I gotta focus on finding my way out of here. I'm getting tripped up with that. Does it say bodyguard? It does say bodyguard. The backyard is going to be full of leaves soon. Because of their damn tree over there. It's their tree that we gotta clean up their leaves. Same with this neighbor. We have no tree in our backyard. I just noticed that actually. One of the only houses here that doesn't have a tree of some sort in the backyard. Okay, I'm gonna do a silent meditation or something. Okay, I'm gonna do a silent meditation or something. It's okay. Um, sounds awful, by the way. Someone else is here. Whoever's here, I hope you can hear me. Yeah, you can hear me, but it's just awful. See the difference between the phone mic and the actual mic? It's not on right now. It's not in. Because this thing is the dongle that I plug into the phone that allows it to be charging, that allows me to use the microphone, but the microphone and this, well, when I plug this in, it says that the thing is like detecting water still. So I'm like, I've dried this thing out, and for whatever reason, it still says that it's detecting something. So I'm like, okay, at this point, I'm like, whatever. I'm just gonna let this thing dry out. Looks like the phone port is good because it's been charging. Got the phone back up to 60%. I just ate lunch. I have to do my training just now, or all my play out. So we're just chilling. Ugh. That saliva is dripping out of my mouth. 148. Okay. 12 minutes. I'm going to have to wake the body up in a moment, though. Sun is coming out. Funny enough. I can do the play out here. Yeah, I pushed it away. I could technically do it here. I just have to move this chair out of the way. Well, if the phone got to 90%, then that means the charging thing should be working. Which means this thing should be working. Let's see. The sun came out. Ooh. But the next set of rain is about to be coming this way. Oh my goodness. Yep, here comes the band. It's on its way. Holy Toledo, Oklahoma. Oh my. That's a scary looking band of weather right there. Okay. Hey baby. I love you. Let's go, baby. Oops. Holy Toledo. Holy Toledo. Let's get rolling. Seeing how this thing charged, I don't see that this thing shouldn't be able to charge. We got an hour to get play out done. Okay. Running around 3:30. Sun coming. I'll leave the chair here. All right. Let's see. We're back in business, boys and girls. We're back in business. Okay. Let me see how I'm gonna do this. Oh. Okay. Oh my. Oh me, oh my. Shoes are wet. I don't know if these are gonna dry in time, but son, make these shoes dry. I'm just purging some stuff from my room. Okay. In order to get the main play out done quickly, we gotta get straight to it. I'm gonna quickly use the bathroom. All right, let's get rolling. Let's get rolling. I will use my black shoes. Grab my mat. We're gonna get this show in a row. We're gonna do it this way because the sun, or this area is a little drier, but it's not as dry as it could be. But I'm gonna get rolling because the rain's gonna come back out in about an hour or so. So I'm just gonna get rolling with this play out. I have to deal with tech issues again. Cool. Hello, whoever's here. So, we are, I was about to say, we are, VR, we are. My yellow shoes got soaked, but it's all good. For those of you who are going to be doing this with me, we will be doing the play out. Now, the only thing is I'm going to do all my 55s and all that stuff when I'm done my main stuff. So all that will be done afterwards, and I'll most likely be done inside. If I can get all of it done before 3:30, which I know I should be able to, then yeah. So I'm just going to open up a play out and we're going to get rolling. So let's just quickly, I don't like that the table's like right there. I'm just gonna get the body warmed up. No matter what, I'll always find a way to do it. But sooner or later, it'll all be inside until we are meant to move and get moving. All right. We're gonna do push-pull. We did this one last week at some point, or the week before. We did this one the week before. You don't really require a chair The chair is actually going to be more of a nuisance, but I'm going to do this without the chair, except for, yeah, I'm going to do this without the chair. So I'm going to modify this. So let's get rolling. He's going to be sitting, I'll be standing. We'll be doing one dumbbell. You're going to be starting with shoulders. Okay, so let me explain. For those of you who are doing this dumbbell upper body workout with me, this play out with me, if you have dumbbells, you will be doing what I will be doing. But if you don't have dumbbells, can you still do this? Yes. But you will be doing push-ups. So anything where you're going to be focusing on chest, and I'll tell you when you're going to be doing chest, you'll be doing wide push-ups and diamond push-ups. Now look at my elbows in correlation to my body. Wide focuses on your outer chest, and diamond focuses on your inner chest. So that little split in the middle between your chest muscles, that's diamond. Wide focuses on the outer. Standard focuses on your shoulder blades and your back. Then you have narrow, which focuses on your biceps and your triceps. And then you have pike push-ups, which focuses on your shoulders, and I have to demonstrate pikes. So pikes look like this. So this is pike push-up. So this targets your shoulders itself. This also can target your triceps. And your triceps actually can be targeted by standard push-ups and diamond push-ups. So whenever we have anything tricep related, you can do 3 different types of push-ups. So you can pick your poison. With that being said, it's 2:12, we gotta get rolling. And play Dragon Ball music. All right. So with the dumbbell, we're starting with shoulder press to the right. He's sitting, we're gonna be standing. And the exercise is gonna be 40 seconds of play, 20 seconds of rest. So one dumbbell. So you're gonna be doing pike push-ups right now. Perfect. All right, left shoulder. Left now. So we're going to be doing Arnold press shortly. I have to go a little bit slower with my left, as you can see. So the left, because I damaged it since last summer, like a year, it hasn't, because I've been just keep going. It doesn't hurt. It's just that when I do certain movements going up, you can feel the bone is like pinching. So I have to take it a little bit easier. So now we're doing Arnold press. So your palm is facing inwards, and then when you go up, you're rotating the dumbbell. So your palms will be facing outwards. So this is what we call push. And you'll see a pull in a moment. Okay. Same thing, other side now. Remember to breathe through that nose and out through that mouth. Good. Good job. Okay, so this is where we do a pull now. So that was a press or a push. This is a pull. So we're doing rear delt rows to the right. So he's on a bench. But what we're gonna do is put your left arm on your left knee, and you're gonna pull up. So this is targeting still your shoulders. So you're still doing pike push-up. We're gonna be doing a similar exercise that looks almost identical to this one, but that will be targeting your back. So this is actually targeting your shoulder blades and your shoulders, but go ahead and just do pike push-ups. Same thing other side now. So put your right hand on your right knee, or right arm on your right knee, sorry, and you just go. So this is a pull movement. And the reason why I'm doing it on this angle today is because over there is wet. At least here, I mean, it's wet here too, it's damp, but it's not wet like there. There, it's pretty wet, so. So this is still targeting shoulders. We're doing frontal raise. You're keeping your arms straight. So it's not a curl like this. That's gonna be for your biceps. Perfect. So upright rows are next. That's still shoulders. You're probably wondering, come on, when are we switching to the next body weight or the next body type? Body type, body part. Don't worry, we're gonna get there shortly. Good job. Okay, now you're switching to standard push-ups. So wide, standard, narrow, so standard. So this is focusing on your shoulder blades and your back. Here we're doing bent over rows. To the right, so put your left arm back on your left knee. And you're gonna hold the dumbbell and bring it towards your midsection, your core. So this is another pull exercise. As long as I get the two main things done, everything else will be done accordingly. Left side now. So put your right arm back on your right knee, embrace, and pull with your left. So it should look like this from the side. So this is my left arm. Very good. There's a white doggy over there. Nice fluffy dog. Fluffy dog. So we're doing bent over supinated rows. That's targeting your biceps and your mid to lower back. So you can actually do narrow push-ups if you like here. So you're bringing the dumbbell same way, but you're holding it with your palms facing outwards. So my palms are facing that direction. Okay? So you're basically pulling like this. I'll show you from the side angle now. So put your right arm and rest it on your right knee. And same thing. Your biceps are getting it here. Your mid to low back is getting it here. Glad my iPhone is charging and it's keeping the charge. Had to deal with that this morning. That was fun. All right, so this is targeting your shoulder blades, bent over wide rows. So similar to what we did earlier, but slightly different. So your palms are facing you now. Very good. So this one doesn't come all the way up to your neck per se, like that one. It comes more like here. Feeling it. All right, so this is still targeting your back. Plank rows. And after that's gonna be renegade rows. So plank rows, keep your leg stance wide here. And imagine that you have a water bottle that you're balancing on your back. So you're not twisting your body, you're keeping your back stable. And that's also sucking in your gut, pulling in your navel, contracting your core, bringing your belly button into your spine, because this targets core as well. And renegade rows is also going to be still with your back. But renegade rows has a push-up. So those, you're still doing standard push-ups. If you like, you can switch to wide push-ups or even diamond here, if you desire, just to change it up a bit. But we will be switching to chest shortly. Okay. So we're actually doing biceps now. So you're gonna be doing narrow push-ups. So we're doing hammer curls. So you're gonna be in neutral position. Your palms are facing inwards and you're bringing the dumbbell up like this. Very good. So twist curls, so you're holding it in neutral and then you're bringing your palms up and then you're gonna drop it back down to neutral. Remember to breathe through that nose. Okay, we're actually doing chest now. So we're doing right side chest press. You're just gonna grab the dumbbell with your right. Just like that. So this is the right isometric chest press. So you're doing wide push-ups here. Now we're doing the left side. So this is the left. Very good. Now chest press. So you can either do wide or diamond, but I would do wide here. But if you did wide twice already, then you can do diamond. Okay. So we're doing negative chest press, so that's still a wide or a diamond, but we're gonna go up and then 5 seconds going down. 3, 2, 1, and then back up. And then back up. So chest flies, I would do diamond push-ups here. So you're bringing the dumbbells like this now. Not much for biceps today, but that's okay. That's why we have our optional. Ooh. Oh man. Okay, he's doing diamond pullover, or the pullover to diamond push-ups, or press. So that's diamond push-ups. So he's gonna be grabbing one dumbbell and he's gonna bring it behind him. So it's like this. Yeah. Yeah. We're going to be moving on to triceps, I believe. Nope, diamond push-ups again. He's doing narrow press. So he's squeezing the two dumbbells together. Even though your bicep hasn't gone too much activity today in this play out, it's still getting actively moved when you're doing things like this. Let's go. Okay. Triceps are next. Nope. Dumbbell push-ups. Wide push-ups. I would actually do narrow here, but I'm gonna do wide since we have the dumbbells. So push-up obviously implies push. We're almost there, y'all. We have a push-up finisher as well coming up. Okay. Narrow push-ups. So this is targeting your triceps. So we are doing skull crusher. So I'm bringing the dumbbell like this. As you know, the name implies, be careful. Actually, just be mindful. Very good. Overhead extension. So that's another tricep exercise. So that's narrow push-ups for y'all. Oh yeah. Dan's feeling it right now. Okay. We got diamond push-up finisher. We got narrow push-up. Then we got wide, and then we got a hold. So we got 4 push-ups, and they're gonna be 20 seconds a pop. And there's no rest in between them. Okay. Switching to narrow. Ooh. Wide push-ups. Okay. And now we gotta hold. This is just standard push-ups with a hold. Oh yeah, let's go. Congratulations, y'all. Let's go ahead and stretch. Give yourselves a round of applause. Go ahead and this is my right arm that I'm extending outwards. Now I'm gonna do my left. Hey, what you doing on my body? I'm gonna get a mosquito bite now. I saw a mosquito just like sucking on my blood. You bubba. I didn't swat it, I just like, get off of me. Now I'm gonna have a mosquito bite. All good. I've already gotten bitten by like 10 million mosquitoes this summer, so I mean, it is what it's meant to be. Okay, get down and do child's pose. We're gonna be doing cat-cow when we do abs. Barrier. Okay. Congratulations, y'all. We're gonna get abs going now. Oh, whoa. Oh, I thought it was Dan for a moment. I'm like, what the hell? Because he has like similar thing, but that's 10-minute plank challenge, full body core play out. I thought that was Dan. I was like, wait a minute, that's not Dan. It's like a newcomer. All right, we're gonna be doing ultimate abs. So before we start, ab exercises don't give you abs. You already have abs, they're hiding under a layer of fat. I'm gonna actually drop this down a bit. Okay. Yep, there's a little welt now. All right, ab exercises do not give you abs. You already have them. They're hiding under a layer of fat. Your abs are made through kitchen, by nutrition, through your rest and sleeping, through stress management, through mobility training, through your training, through resistant training, through cardio, through dancing, through boxing, through all kinds of stuff, movement. And it's also done through hydration, so make sure you hydrate. And also make sure to, it's your mindset, your habits, your environment, all kinds of stuff. So with that being said, y'all, when you're doing these, make sure anything where you're lifting at your legs, you bend at the knees if you're having a hard time keeping your legs straight, keeping your lower back flat to the mat. Put your hands underneath your butt anytime you do have to lift your legs. And when we lift our torso up and we have to come back down, make sure your lower back touches first before your shoulder blades do. Otherwise, you'll miss the whole point of the movement. With that being said, make sure to breathe through your nose, out through your mouth, suck in your gut, pull in your navel, contract your core, bring in your belly button into your spine. You know how to do all that. It's an instinctual human thing. It's like how you know how to blink and breathe. You know how to do that. You know how to bring in your belly button. You know how to do that. I don't have to explain how to do that. With that being said, let's get right to it. Attempting to finish the two main stuff before the rain comes back. Damn, Bubba, how dare you eat me alive? So we're starting with reverse crunch. Thank you, universe, for fixing the phone. Appreciate it. Grateful for it. So we're doing leg with a hip lift. So when your legs drop down and your feet are about to hit the ground, make sure that they hover. If they do touch the ground and your heels do actually touch the ground, make sure it touches for like a second or so and then bring it right back up. Maybe even for a millisecond. If you can't keep your legs straight here, bend at the knees. Very good. Huh? Scissors crossover. You can bend at your knees and do this, but if you can't, keep your legs straight. Oh, yeah. Slow bicycles are next. So you're gonna bring your hands behind your head and you're gonna bring your opposite elbow to reach your opposite knee. So left elbow, right knee, right elbow, left knee. Very good. So we're doing leg switches. Put your hands underneath your butt. And you're gonna drop one and then the other. Balance. So equilibrium, optimization, efficiency. And simplicity. Simplicity, efficiency, optimization, and balance or equilibrium. Whew. Damn. Okay, so we're gonna be sitting straight up. So this is one of those ones, so you're gonna bring your torso up like this, and then bring it to your knee, and you're gonna come back down. Make sure your lower back touches the ground first. And when you're starting this one, you can start from where you last left off, or start where you usually start. So you can start with your left to your right, or right to your left. Or in my case, I'm starting from where I last left off. So I left off at my right, so I'm ending it with my left. When I come back up, I start with my left and end with my right. This trains brain, body, eye, hand, body, everything, coordination. I said body twice. It trains your coordination with your body, your mind. So this is more of a mental thing here. Ugh. Having mental coordination with your body is key. So we're doing butterfly crunches. So you bring your hands behind your head, bring your elbows or your feet together, and crunching. So your elbows and your knees are meeting in the middle here. And you're really squeezing that core. I'm gonna see if I can get a few things done with the optional quest. So we're doing cocoon, also known as hollow to tuck, also known as extend to tuck. So you extend your legs out and you tuck. You're tucking your hands underneath your knees. You bring your knees towards your face and your face towards your knees. So you're doing a lot of movement here. Very good. Gohan's track. Okay, so we're doing heel taps next. So if you can't, bring your feet together and reach between your toes and your heels in that middle spot of your foot. If not, if you can do this one, extend your feet out and reach and contract your obliques, which is the side ab muscle down closest to your rib cage. Very good. All right, so we're gonna do sprinter up. So similar to what we did with the straight leg sit up with a twist. So when you're coming up, you can touch your feet or knees or both, and then come back down. Make sure your lower back touches the ground first. This is the final exercise in the abs in our side quest today. And once I get the main two things done, all the rest can be done at their leisure. Of course, sooner rather than later. Yeah. 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 Ladies and gentlemen, we're done. Well, hello there, whoever's here. Thank you for the like. We finished that. I'm gonna go get my shoes before the rain comes and just pours on it. So I was attempting to get it dry, but it's not drying, unfortunately. It's just getting even more wet. I mean, not even more wet, it's just staying wet. So I'm just gonna leave it here for now, outside. I'll have to probably do what I did with my other shoe. All right. Put my dumbbells away. My words are not coming out. That's okay. All good. Today's been a wonderful day. Also a very glitchful day. Seeing how the universe is going to see how I respond. I responded accordingly with technology kind of working. Well, it started raining, and as we were returning back, like we were not that far, and then the rain just came pouring down. And I thought I should have put my phone in my pocket, but the universe was like, keep it out. And then when I attempt to go charge it, I'm like, no, it got soaked. So I have to let it dry. And I have to go through a whole bunch of hassle to dry it. But it was all meant to happen the way it's supposed to. So, all divine. All divine. Truly, it's all divine. Really. Ooh, we got Super Saiyan 3 playing now. Oh. Oh. That's my track right there. That's me turning Super Saiyan, shaking the earth. Super Saiyan 3. Imagine I go from, I skip Super Saiyan 1 and 2 and I go straight to 3. The universe is like, here you go. Here's your tail back. Now you can go Super Saiyan 3. You don't need a tail for Super Saiyan 3, but you know, imagine I do go back. I get Super Saiyan 3. You know how long my hair is gonna be? It'll be like up to my butt. And it'll be like spiky. I'll have one like long bang, and then I'll have like, I won't have eyebrows anymore. I'll have muscles. My face will have muscles on it. Okay, we gotta get rolling. We're gonna do optional. Yeah. We're gonna do, we'll do ab stretches shortly. Gotta get my 55s done as well. Lots to do on the upper body day, lots to do, but for good reason. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Ab pull downs are complete, so that's one of 755s to do. Resistant band tricep pull downs are next. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1. Ooh, 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 ooh. What are you doing? Get your butt back on my wrist. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I lost track. I'm just gonna have to do 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 5 more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So we got 5 55s to do now. So 5, 5, 5. I didn't do my warm-up, so my warm-up is basically going to be included with all this before the rain hits. And I got mobility training to do with my shoulders. That doesn't take long anyways, so that's like 15 minutes. If I really just focus and not get I don't want to use the word distracted. I don't get distracted. I don't use that word. All right. You know what? I'm going to hold off on that. I'm going to do my leg raises. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40, 1, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's done. All right, let's do ab stretches quickly since we just got abs done. Give yourself a wiggle or a shake. Ugh. Okay. We're doing cat cow now. So this is cat, that's cow, cat, cow. All right, and then one of my favorite moves, you all see it in the morning time. This one where you lay on your shoulders and you bring your lower back down and you squeeze your core. This is good for your lower body. Okay, so we did 3. I see shadow. I see the shadow, Bubba. He's walking around, observing the pool. I see him through the fence there. Okay. Hello, anonymous stranger, whoever's here, unless it's Soul Fam. And if it's not Soul Fam, and it's not T-Bray, and it's not Olga, and it's not Brian, because Brian would already say, would have said what's up, then it's definitely one of the Bubbas. It's one of the other Bubbas. Okay. The sun is kind of peeking through the clouds right now. So that's your 5th dimensional, vision attempting to reach the 3rd. The clouds are the 3rd dimension where you can't see the sun, and the sun is your dreams where it's in the 5th dimension. All right, taking a moment to give myself a pause, a breather. We got 55 push-ups to do, squats to do, bicep curls to do, and then dips to do. I'll do the dips first. That way I can put away the walker. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20. Only at 20. It's okay. I declare that the rain not come. And if it's coming, it comes by the time I'm done. Excuse me, Bubba. You gotta get off. Guess who's asking to be let in? Somebody's being asked to be let in because he can't get in himself. Because he don't got them hands like we do. Shadow Bubba. Mosquito. Damn, Bubba got me on my arm while I was lifting weights too. Actually, when I was starting to stretch. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, not 31. I'm at 31, y'all. Huh? Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 41, 41. I have 14 more to go. The one thing I can't and I will not allow to happen is to lose my flexibility. Even when I'm doing my like bulking up and shit, I have to make sure I can still reach like that, as you can see. And then like that. I'm doing this so I can get the arms to be relaxed. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 51. I have 4 more to go. Just 4. Just 4 to go. And I can put my walker away. Son of a gun. Let's get it. 1, 2, 3. There. That's done. So, now that that's done, we have resistant curls to do, push-ups, squats. Come on, close. I smell something nice. It smells like something blueberry, like pastry kind of vibe. Okay. To give my arms a little bit of a break for a moment before I finish the next 2 things. 55 squats. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Only reason I'm doing this now is because I started to play out fast so that just in case it rained, I can get it all done before it rained. All this stuff could be done inside. The playout can be done inside too, but I would rather get the main stuff done out here. By the way, I took off my little sticker from the guardrail underneath my iPhone because like I had to blow air into there, and these holes don't give enough like cooling, so this is not going to stick anymore. Oh well. Well, it might, but it's not going to be as sticky as it used to be. I basically have a decal around the phone, like not only on the back, but it's also around the edges, just so that the edges don't get scuffed up. Okay, we have two more things to do. I can get it done. Once I get that done, then mobility training can be done inside if necessary. I'll do my best to finish it out here though. Not too long of a rest. I'm gonna do my push-ups first, and then I'm gonna do my That was good though. That was a good play out. 35 pounds is starting to get normal. I'm starting to get used to it. I'm gonna work with 35s for a good while until I move up to 40. The 40s are gonna be easier to hold from the handle perspective because the plates are no longer gonna be on the side. It's gonna be 220 pounds in the middle. And technically I already have 40 pounds. Ooh, look, the sun is peeking through. Very good. Very good, sun. I'm gonna grab some sun quickly. Welcome to the third dimension, sun. Okay. All right, let's get those push-ups done. 55 push-ups, 20 wide, 20 standard, 15 narrow. Three, two, one, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Oh my gosh. One more thing to do, and then mobility training commences after I get my protein shake. And well, my stretches for my arm first and then my protein shake. Very good. Man, this weekend is gonna be good. Coming up. Nice and hot. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, sunny all day. 75, 76, and 77 degrees. Not bad, not too shabby, huh? The morning slash night are like low 50s, so a little bit on the chilly side. But I'll take it. Hey, if it stays like this all year, I'm good. For the rest of the year, I'm good. I'll deal with it. '15 was the best winter we ever had here. Well, Canada, Toronto. I'll say Toronto's best winter we ever had. I know there's a bunch of Canadians like, I like the winter, I like the snow. Yeah, you all can go piss off. I don't care about all of you with your snow bullshit. Yeah. You're not real Canadian. I know. I never said I was. I'm leaving this place. Not dealing with winter. After this year, that's it. I don't care what I gotta do. I gotta just find a way and just go. Get that winter shit out of me completely. Passport has to be renewed though. Once the passport's renewed, I'm good. I'm ready to rock and roll. Universe, prepare my vessel for the next phase. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 30. 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 40. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. Holy shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hell yeah. Done. Son of a gun. That didn't even go on the chair. That fell on the lip of the chair. All right, time to stretch out the arms and go get my protein shake and a quick little snack. And the sun is out. Well, the clouds are still attempting to cover it. You can fight it, son. Fight it. Fight it. Fight it, son. You can fight it. You can fight it. Don't let them cloud bubbles win. Don't let them cloud bubbles win. Do not let them cloud bubbles win. You can do it. And you can dry my shoes in the meantime too. Oh man, I can feel it. We got mobility training to do soon. This side's always more challenging for whatever reason. The right arm just does not want to come up. I have to like pull it up with my left. Okay. You all know what's next. Ah. Son of a... It's because I'm grabbing some of my shirt with it too. I can't go higher because the shirt's like blocking. Let's go, son. I stopped the rain. See? I stopped it for now. All right. Thank you, phone, for actually working and not being a little, you know what. Gonna go grab my protein shake. First, this quick little bite. Let me see. What will I have? What can I and will I have? So I'm gonna have to toast this bread. It's like kind of like a protein bread. Has a nice, satisfying crunch. It's called Rudolph's. Baked by Rudolph's Bakery Limited in Toronto. So this is definitely not in America. It's definitely not American bread. clementine quickly as well. There's no peanut butter in this. So we gotta bust out the new peanut butter. Now I'm gonna go get my shake. All right. This will have a different taste than my normal peanut butter slice. Oop. Ooh, that's a big walnut. I'll be out in a moment. Ooh, Pycon steam is so good. I envision me coming back and beating up people with that track. So violent, aren't I? Made a little bit of a mess on the counter with the honey, so I have to wipe it down. To wipe it down. I don't know where I was gonna go with that one. Break it down. Degeneration is so cool. I'm gonna leave my milk here for a moment. You come around. Ooh yeah, the sun be out. Got me peanut butter slices with almonds and walnuts. Look at this big ass, look at this giant walnut. Because the bread is different, a different vibe. Plus I toasted the bread as well. It's good. I approve of it. So for those of you who weren't on earlier, I was using my vacuum, my duster. That's how loud it is. It is loud. Is that a filter? It is a filter. I just realized a bunch of dust onto that. Okay, I'll have to deal with that after. We'll watch a narrow video, the one from yesterday. Wow, Crown Jewel's gonna be at 8 a.m. Damn, I gotta watch my wrestling. October 11th at 8 a.m. Australia is gonna be awesome. Hi, wife. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Lindsay. Happy birthday to you. She's 39 now. My wife is 39. We did our own little celebration together. Then we did with the group. Cool beans. Hyperbolic time chamber, y'all. This is where I go training. I train for the tune-in exams, the World Martial Art Tournament. What else? I go here. And this is the music that plays when I go train. When Bruce made these tracks, his name is Bruce Faulkner. When this dude made these tracks, I wonder where he got the inspiration on how he made these tracks. Here you go, Bubbas. Enjoy some like crumbs, which is like the crumbs that are for us is like gigantic for them. Here, you can listen to the music. Isn't it wonderful? Oh, by the way, I just saw for my American Bubbas, look. Made in the USA. It's made in the USA. That's right, it's made in the USA. So I'm closer to home than you think. Okay, cheers, y'all. Protein shake after all that was so good. So good. Okay. Okay, I'll be right back. You get to listen to Super Saiyan 4 now. I hope you enjoyed that track. I went to wash some dishes, my protein shaker out, and pack a couple dishes. And yeah, mobility training commences in a moment. I am done with my vac. If this, oh yeah, I was supposed to actually clean the filter. I totally forgot that this thing has a filter. Look at this thing. Ooh, it's gross. It's gross. It's gross. It's gross. But thankfully the filter can be easily cleaned. I didn't realize it picked up all that. Holy shit. Dust. I used this thing for years. I didn't realize it. I totally forgot I had a filter underneath it. I was meant to clean this thing out today. I knew it. This thing though, when it cleans, oh my God, it is so powerful, it will send things flying, literally. That's how much force this thing has, it's nuts. Best $20 I invested in a duster. Instead of buying them compressed air things, and compressed air works, but then it has its flaws of, you know, running out. But this has one flaw and it's battery operated because it's just too powerful. Or sorry, its flaw is it's not battery operated, it's power operated. It's not really a flaw, but you know, the cord is long enough, but if you have to like bring it outside, then you have to find some sort of way to plug it in. That's the only caveat to it. Ladies and gentlemen, look. It's done. It's clean. And we put it underneath. We shove it back underneath. Now let's see how easy this is to go back in. Not too bad. That's how loud this thing is. It's really loud. This thing is a monster. It's a monster and has a bunch of attachments. Now, I did also put my keyboard puller. Speaking of that, I wonder if I should. No. Let's not get into that now. I was about to go clean my keyboard because you know, once you know, I'm like Monica. Once I start cleaning, I can't stop. Oop. My bad. I'm so sorry. Whoever's here, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to pull you down. You're on an angle now. Ho ho ho. Do 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 do. This is definitely going to be handy for when I'm in San Diego with my Supra, cleaning out the Supra quickly. This thing will just eradicate dust. It eradicates dust. It's monstrous. It's monstrous. It costs $100 now though. So I lucked out when I bought this. When we used to, we had employee purchase day every day at the computer, not every day, sorry. When did we have employee purchase day? Was it every Tuesday? We had an employee purchase day once every week, and I believe it was a Tuesday, and we were able to buy stuff at cost. basically buying it at the cost of what the retailer buys it at wholesale. That's how people. That's why I know when you see something on sale at a store, it's not really on sale. It's just at cost. So like when you see something like that's a good deal, technically that's not the deal. The deal, if it goes below cost, then it's a deal. So how do you know if it's below cost? Well, it's going to be hard to tell unless you know you can find like the actual cost of something. Yeah. So like there should be a way to find cost of an item before you go and buy it. I should ask ChatGPT something. I don't know if there is a way. I'm sure there might be a way. Quick question for you. When it comes to buying items from a retail store, is there a way that the consumer can find the cost of the item that the retailer buys from the wholesaler? Like for example, I used to work at a computer store called Tiger Direct, and we had employee purchase day, and we would see the margin of what the profit we would get by selling something. But for us as the employee, we would get it at cost price. Is there like an online calculator or some sort of tool online that can help people, save a buck or two when it comes to buying things and knowing that this is what it actually costs and not being like marked up? Because, retailers have to make money, and I get that. However, it would be cool to also, not be, everything getting marked up and getting stinged for our money, if that makes sense.
I totally get what you mean. It can definitely feel like a mystery sometimes. Unfortunately, there's no universal tool that gives you the exact wholesale cost of a product from a retail store. Retailers usually keep that information confidential. That said, sometimes you can get a rough idea by looking at typical profit margins in the industry. For instance, electronics often have a markup of around 20 to 40%. So if you know the retail price, you can estimate the cost. There are also some price comparison tools and databases that can give you an idea of typical wholesale prices, but it's never going to be exact. Still, it's definitely interesting to dig into.
Do you have these tools that you mentioned or no?
I can definitely point you towards some resources. For example, that are websites like Price Spy or Camel that can give you historical price data and help you estimate trends. Also, some industry reports or market research tools can give a ballpark range for wholesale costs in specific categories. That said, they're not always super precise for individual items, but if you're curious about a particular product, I can definitely help look into some of those resources for you.
So let's say let's say I'm just throwing a random one, a 55-inch Samsung OLED TV. How much, what would be the cost of that?
Yeah, for something like a 55-inch Samsung OLED TV, the wholesale cost can vary quite a bit depending on factors like volume, distributor agreements, and even the specific model. Generally speaking, the wholesale price might be anywhere from 30% to 50% less than the retail price. So, for example, if a TV retails for around $1,500, the wholesale cost could be roughly between $750 and $1,000. Of course, it really depends on the deal and the retailer, but that's a ballpark idea. If you have a specific model in mind, we can definitely dig deeper.
Well, I don't really have a model in mind, but I do have a particular laptop in mind. Like a Lenovo Legion Pro 7i. It has a RTX 5090 graphic card in it. I know that Lenovo always has sales, and they have really good sales on their laptop. What would be like a markup that they would offer on that laptop? Like normally, I think it costs like $5,000 for that laptop, and they sometimes drop the sale price to like by 1,000 or so. So what would be like the cost if you have a rough estimate?
Absolutely. For high-end gaming laptops like the Lenovo Legion Pro 7i, the markup can still be pretty significant. Generally, the wholesale cost might be around 60 to 70% of the retail price. So if the retail price is about $5,000, the wholesale cost could be roughly between $3,000 and $3,500. When they have sales and drop the price by $1,000 or so, that still often leaves them with a decent margin, but not as high as the original price. It definitely varies, and promotions, volume, and partnerships all play a role, but that gives you a good ballpark estimate.
That's all I had to ask it. Just wanted to see what kind of markup we were getting here. So, is that a squirrel gonna be coming through there, or is that a cat? I think it's a cat. Squirrels don't. Oh no, it's a squirrel. I thought it was a cat. Be funny to see those raccoons again. Those raccoon bubbas. Yesterday they were just like looking at me, and they were like right there. I'm like, "Hi, bubbas." There was like two of them, and then one randomly came back after. Like one came after those two, and it looked at me. I'm like, "You can go." It understood what I said. It's like, "You can go," and then it ran and it bolted, as if I was gonna go chase it. Silly bubbas. So Bubba-like. So Bubba-like. Dee 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 doo 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 doo. Mm-hmm. Doo 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 doo. Mm-hmm. Oh. Uh, Bum, 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 bum. Do 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 do. gonna pop on a Nero video now. Okay. Let's watch Nero's video.
But it's the indirect influence.
All right. You know we got to start with the whole him tapping the whiteboard. That's like tradition. It's got to start with him tapping the whiteboard. If you haven't paid attention to that, he always taps his whiteboard. I'm gonna do my mobility training in the background since the sun has kind of came out.
It doesn't matter how much you want to materialize money.
No. There we go.
It doesn't matter how much you want to materialize money, how much you want to get that career. It doesn't matter how much you want to get that promotion, more clients in your business, a healthy relationship. When it comes to manifestation, awareness is of the utmost importance. And unfortunately, in the realm of manifestation, people don't spend enough time centering awareness to the things that they should really center awareness to. And I say this as somebody who's literally had by NFL players, professional footballers, Hollywood actors, 7-8-figure entrepreneurs, because what I'm going to show you today is so important that this is actually the first thing that I take my clients through, because I can't help anybody get to their desired reality, and you will not be able to get to your desired reality until you come to the conclusion of the one thing that's been holding you back without even realizing it. And it's funny, we can read all these books, we can do all these meditations, we can do all these visualizations, but for some reason it still feels like at every step we try to take forward, we're going 10 steps back. And it's really because of this. And this is the puppet string that's being pulled that you're unaware of. Vibrational self-sabotage that leads to the distortion of the frequency or the state of consciousness that we're seeking to maintain, which makes it difficult for our reality to enter in. Now, probably seeing the title of this video, you're probably thinking, what the fuck is this nigga talking about? This doesn't make any sense. But here's the thing. And I say this as somebody who's worked with a multitude of people, and people are all the same. So if you haven't done this one thing that I'm going to take you through in this video, it's going to make sense why things haven't changed. So just relax, you're gonna get some. As you can see, puppet strings, a version of you. You don't even know what we're talking about yet. Things are being repelled, right?
Took me a minute to decode that.
Is real, vibrational self-sabotage. And see, the funny thing about self-sabotage is most niggas don't even realize they're self-sabotaging. None of us do. But here's the thing. If what I take you through in this video resonates to any degree, then the light bulb moment that you're going to get is going to last you a lifetime.
People are saying 100 mil or dinner with zero knowledge.
Okay, that's just ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. This video is actually of high importance, and I say that because quite literally, when clients hire me to help them materialize what it is that they want, this is the first thing I take them through. Bear in mind, the first thing. Because without this, think about what you're going to learn today like the map. It's all good in knowing where your desired reality is, but if you don't know your starting location, you possibly can't be directed to your desired reality. Imagine somebody trying to link you. You send them your address, and you're like, yo, where are you? And they're like, I don't know. How the fuck can they get to you if they don't know where they are? And that can be extrapolated to the entirety of the materialization of your desired reality, because if you don't know your starting point, which most of us don't, not only do we not realize our starting points, where we think our starting points are, is actually very far from where it truly is. And I'll show you. Cool. Now, in the realm of self-help, typically there's this idea of not being a victim. Nobody wants to be a victim. But what if I told you being a victim was the only way to materialize your desired reality? Now, before you think to yourself, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Just let me land. Relax, you're gonna get some. Just let me land. Now, see, nobody wants to be a victim, which is a great thing, right? But the bad thing about not being a victim is that some people, and we likely see this in our parents, we have friends, and even aspects of ourselves, we don't want to be victims so bad that we actually begin to neglect.
Mobility training now for me.
Ish.
Oof.
Oof.
Aspects of our lives to which we were victims. And I say that to say that I need you to understand something. The most important book you will ever read in the realm of manifestation is the previous chapters of your life. And I say that to say, oftentimes it's very painful to go to the past. So often people will use this badge of honor of, I'm not a victim, I'm not being a victim, I didn't go through trauma, this and this and that. Well, that actually comes to the conclusion that you actually did, because an inability to see aspects of your life to which you were a victim or the experiences that you went through will lead to an inability to know where you are. And an inability to know where you are will make it very difficult to get to your desired reality. We have this tendency of not wanting to be victims so bad that we actually become ignorant and neglect ourselves. And the irony of that is, if you are ignorant and neglect yourself, then you're ignorant of the frequency that you're emitting to the universe that is leading to materialization of your reality. You're ignorant to the state of consciousness that you're dwelling in, which is also materializing into reality. You're ignorant of your self-concept. Once again, these are all interchangeable terms. You're ignorant of your mental attitude. And ignorance to self will always lead to ignorance in terms of how your world is comprised, because you live in a universe. But if you don't understand the previous chapters of you, then you won't know how the story continues. And we see this all the time. You can do all the meditations, you can do all the reading, you can do all the visualizations, all the affirmations, nigga. But the most important thing to study is you. And one thing that I've come to a conclusion of, being somebody who has read hundreds of books, somebody who speaks to people, who's hired by people, is that we often use reading as a distraction. The old frequency will get you on the desire of acquiring more knowledge. But acquiring more knowledge is useless if you don't understand you, because that knowledge has to be applied to you. But if you don't understand you, then how far can that knowledge truly be implemented? And make sure you take notes and leave them in the comments as usual. But think about this. Really think about this. If you're ignorant, if you're unaware of what's going on within, then you'll be unaware of what's going on without. You'll be continuously doing all of these things, reading all these books and not understanding why. And don't get it twisted. This isn't me advocating for you to be a victim. That's not what the fuck we're doing here. Here we create our desired reality simply and effortlessly. As I always say, spirituality without the ability to control your reality is vanity. What I'm saying is, manifestation begins with awareness, and that's a bar, write that down. But the mistake that people make is thinking that awareness lies in the books that you read on how to manifest, how to visualize, how the universe works, the universal laws. No. Awareness begins with you. Because there is no manifestation without you. But we don't spend enough time coming to an understanding of how we are. Because like I said, it's quite painful to think about the aspects of our lives to which we were victims, quote unquote, or the experiences that we went through. Because here's the thing that most people don't realize. Most people think that they're holding on to the past, but the truth is the past is holding on to you. And that's a bar that down. Because another thing that you have to come to a conclusion of is the fact that on a subconscious level, time doesn't exist. Your subconscious mind is the aspect of you that is transcendent of this third dimensional realm. So time-space constraints don't exist in your subconscious mind. So what you think is the past is actually being currently played in your subconscious mind right now, leading to the materialization of your reality right now. Think about the experiences that you've been through, and I'll show you exactly how those experiences have transpired. Think about the experiences that you've been through as silently playing in the background of your reality. So even when you have this desire for a healthy relationship, for some reason, when you're embarking on that path, some fuckeries happen. Think about when you want to materialize some more money and you're embarking on that path and some fuckeries happen. Think about when you go for that career, fuckeries, employment, career, promotions, fuckeries, all over the place, and we don't understand why. And it's because the truth is you haven't spent enough time within. And I really mean this. Every one of my other videos is useless if you don't take this video into consideration, because it's all good at knowing knowledge of how things work outside of you. But how things work outside of you is always a reflection of how things are working inside of you. And awareness begins within. Awareness is the first step to any particular degree of transformation. But typically, nobody actually wants to revisit themselves. And I'll show you. It's literally the first thing I take my clients through, because I can't work with anybody if I don't understand how their mind works. And most of the time, we don't understand how our mind works because of how we've been socialized and conditioned to perceive things, especially in the realm of this type of information where nobody wants to be a victim, but it's not really being a victim. It's actually being a victor. And I truly mean that, because awareness is what will put you on the path to actually materializing your desired reality. It's the most powerful thing you can do in manifestation. There's people that will never ever read a fucking book on manifestation in their lives, but because they understand themselves, they understand that there's this interconnectedness between them and reality, so things tend to go their way. Meanwhile, most of us who spend time reading bare fucking books, bare podcasts, bare lectures, shit's still not changing. And it's because you don't understand that there's something deeper at play here.
Nero picking dinner with Jay-Z over 500K. Bro's making too much money. You know, some man manifests women, and some man manifests money.
We got another guy manifesting women again.
They're always manifesting women.
Okay.
But
well, we did have a lot of women get married recently.
And we also have women getting pregnant.
Oh, yes.
You know which comment I'm talking about?
Yes.
Someone said, I've got my girl pregnant in the club. I got my girl pregnant in the club bathroom to love in this club. We were both teens too. That's crazy.
How are you in the club as teens, first of all? Millennials, I just know they're millennials. You millennials were just built different.
Them man even had fake IDs.
Imagine being in a world with nobody recording. I guarantee if you begin doing a mad thing in the club, this is all you're going to see. You're going to look down and all you're going to see is this. You don't look. Like, can you imagine? These lot were getting busy in the club. That's mad. That's too mad.
I want to make love in this club.
Ooh.
In this club.
Cool, I'll take this one. So, first things first. I want to define something. I want to define trauma metaphysically. And listen, don't run away. I know there's an aspect of you that's like, no. But that very aspect of you that is probably feeding some type of discomfort when I talk about the word trauma is actually an indication of an aspect of you that is resonant with that, which is a good sign actually, because most of us don't even realize we're traumatized. Like I know when I talk to like my mom or my dad or, you know, my uncles and aunties, and they're just telling me stories and they're like, what the fuck? Like, you ever spoke to like family members and they're just telling you the craziest lore casually? I'm like, yeah, I'm fine though. I'm not traumatized. Like, I think you are, mate. So let's define trauma in the realm of metaphysics, because this is paramount to understanding the materialization of your reality. Because here's the thing. Some people are so traumatized, but when you don't want to be a victim, it places you in a state where you don't place any particular degree of awareness to your trauma, which then leads to you vibrationally self-sabotaging your reality without ever realizing it. How many times have you felt like when you're in your reality, things are going good, it goes left. When things are going right, it goes left. When you're climbing up, you go down. When you're on the path, it just doesn't feel right. And we don't understand what's going on. You might attribute it to some surface level characteristic, but as somebody who's literally hired by Hollywood actors, professional athletes, 7-8-figure entrepreneurs, it's this. It's really this. And if you can just understand this, I promise you, the light bulb moments that you're going to have will change everything for you. Now, trauma in the realm of metaphysics can be defined simply as this: a negative, emotionally intense experience. Nice and simple. Because typically when we think about trauma, a lot of people like to play, you know, in the trauma Olympics of, you know, oh, that's not traumatizing or that's not traumatizing. But really and truly, when it comes to the realm of manifestation, your reality is nothing more than a reflection of your degree of consciousness. It's nothing more than your frequency, which the universe corresponds with a particular reality and assigns you that reality. It's important that you understand the experiences that you have went through that have produced the most emotional, I guess, intense emotional experience, but on the negative side of things. Because here's the thing. The subconscious mind is primarily programmed by emotion. A lot of people say it's repetition, but think about trauma. Somebody only has to go through a traumatizing experience once for their entire mind to shift. And when your entire mind shifts, Your reality being a reflection of your mind, as it says in the Hermetic laws, the universe is entirely mental. When your entire mind shifts, your entire reality shifts. Your perception towards reality, the experiences, the conditions, the circumstances, and the people that you begin to encounter due to a deep vibrational change. And it's due to the fact that, as I said, emotion is the true language of the subconscious mind. Somebody only has to go through a traumatizing experience once for their entire reality to be shifted. And based upon the trauma that they go through, that begins to shift their mind, which begins to shift their reality. But if you're unaware to the instances of which your mind and how your mind shifted, you're going to be unaware of how your reality is being continuously shifted. And for the most part, unfortunately, due to the information, the knowledge, and the implementation, most of us only go surface level when it comes to understanding ourselves. And because you go surface level, you don't understand that that song is still quietly playing in the background of your reality. Think about the experiences that you've been through, the negative, emotion intense experiences that you've been through, as silently playing in the background of your reality, still corrupting and distorting the frequency that you have. Because here's the thing, you can materialize things, you can manifest things, but eventually your frequency will catch up, because reality is forever unfolding from you. That's a borrow that down. And due to the fact that reality is forever unfolding from you, if you don't shift on the deepest levels of your subconscious, your reality may temporarily shift, but I guarantee eventually it will come out and it will rear its ugly head. And here's the thing, you have to begin to look at your life and come to the conclusion of the most emotionally intensive experiences. Now, those emotions is dependent upon the particular individual, of course, but you have to be able to look back at your life and actually sit down, because how many times do we actually sit down and think about the past? It sounds fucking crazy. Most people would actually advise you to not sit down and think about the past. But when you come to a conclusion that the past doesn't exist in the subconscious, the past in the subconscious is the now. Your memories aren't memories of the past. They're actually energies that are emitting themselves from you right now. And that's a bar, write that down. And because they're energies that are emitting themselves from you, you don't realize how your frequency is being distorted in real time. And because your frequency is being distorted in real time, your reality is being distorted in real time. And because your reality is being distorted in real time, you can't help but feel you don't fucking understand why things are happening the way that they're happening. It just doesn't make sense. And it's because frequency defies rationality. You could have all the rational understanding and conscious understanding of, I've been doing my meditations, I've been doing my visualizations, I've been doing my affirmations, I've been journaling, I've been taking walks and doing all of this other shit. But if you don't dig deep, pause, things will never change. Because the truth of the matter is, this is where you need to begin. Think about this like a starting location. This is the true starting location. Because the most emotionally intense experiences of your life are registered in your subconscious mind. And because they're registered in your subconscious mind, those are songs that are quietly playing themselves in the back. But here's the thing, you can't hear them, but the universe can hear them. And because the universe can hear them, it materializes them. But because you're unaware of them, when it happens, you don't understand what the fuck is going on. And you really, really need to think about this, because I see this time and time again. And unfortunately, and I remember there was a comment ages ago, this was months ago, somebody was like, I've watched a bunch of manifestation content, but watching Nero is like graduate, it's like, university level, and everything is kindergarten or nursery. And it's really and truly because of the fact that most people only understand information and that's it. But if you don't understand yourself, then how the fuck can you utilize that information to change yourself? And that's a bar, write that down. I really and truly mean it when I say there is nothing more important in the realm of manifestation than understanding self. Know thyself, and thou shalt know all. The more you come to a conclusion of the aspects of yourself and how the building blocks of you are made up, you will understand the building blocks of your reality. And if there are building blocks that are not moving, it's because they have not moved internally. And that's a bar, write that down. And most people don't understand. And I know because I've been there. For years, I read plenty of books, but nothing was changing. But until I began to look back in the past, which is the now, which is the memories that exist in my subconscious mind, the memories that have the most emotion behind them, because emotion is an energetic charge which enters the subconscious mind. Those energies still exist within you right now that are distorting the frequency of your desired reality. And you have to begin to understand how the mind works. And especially on a psychological level, because as we know in the Hermetic law of correspondence, as above, so below, the way that you are psychologically wired is the way your universe will be psychologically wired, and that's a bar, that down. And we have to begin to understand things. So, let's actually take a quick trip to the past. And this might be a hard watch, I'll be honest. Like, even as I'm talking right now, I'm feeling different because, like I said, we don't have this tendency as human beings, especially human beings who want to advance to the future. We don't have an understanding of our past. We don't want to look back to the past, either because it's too painful or because we've been conditioned to believe that spending time in the past will lead us to being a victim, as opposed to giving you the correct positioning to actually shift out of being a victim in your universe. Because most niggas don't want to be a victim internally, but you're a victim externally, which means you're still a victim internally. Because being a victim isn't necessarily going through something. It's lacking the awareness of how what you're going through is affecting you. And most of us really know people in real life, including ourselves, because we're all exactly the same. We all know people that are fucking traumatized, but them niggas don't realize that they're traumatized. They're walking through life and they're not realizing the same patterns again and again. But if you can see those patterns in others, those people are nothing more than a reflection of you. And there's aspects of your trauma that is affecting your life to this day. And I think about that all the time. I really think about that all the time.
Hello, Nero.
Hello.
I know you don't do the whole SP thing.
Oh,
but I've been manifesting gal for about 2 years.
2 years. Manifesting gal for about 2 years. You know, what's there in life? Prosperity, success, abundance, career advancement, you know, promotions, getting a particular career, you know, business sales, client sales, you know, getting into your...
Yeah.
Go on, bro.
Yeah. It wasn't until last winter I found out about your channel and I extrapolated your teachings to my desired reality. Brackets, being with Gal, aka SP.
Bro knows what he is. He knows what he is. Say less.
But before I found out about your channel, nothing was working. No technique seemed to work. Even after watching some of your videos, it still seemed as if nothing worked. I bought your book, which basically covers what you go over in your videos, but in deeper detail. And all of a sudden it clicked. I imagine a scene where Gal and I slept together. I imagine a scene where Gal and I slept together. Enhance the scene with intense emotional charge.
Well, what are some people manifested? You know, my client manifested being in the NFL. My other client manifested a new contract. Another client of mine is going to a new football team. Another client of mine increased more money in their business.
Bro, this is the first time I'm reading this, so this is hilarious.
Go on.
I imagined a scene where Gal and I slept together, enhanced the scene with intense emotional charge until I eternally believed it to be already done. And even though it hasn't happened yet in 3D, I knew it was bound to happen because I am the only evidence I need. No technique worked because I wasn't working.
There you go.
It wasn't until I won.
And I say that to say, sorry to cut you off, most people in the realm of manifestation have this particular concept of, I need to find the perfect technique. Only this technique works. Only this technique works. And that's intellectual influencing, because that's showing an understanding of the fact that you don't understand that if there's a placebo effect in the human body, then the law of correspondence, as above, so below, means that the universe has its own placebo effect. And that placebo effect is triggered by conviction and confidence, because conviction and confidence aligns with the etymological origins of the word faith, which in Latin means fides, which is confidence. And faith can move mountains. And most people don't have the capability of understanding that it's actually the conviction that you have in the technique that leads to the activation of the technique, not the technique itself. Why the fuck does affirmations work for one thing, but visualizations work for another, and journaling works for another, and scripting works for another? It's coming to the conclusion that it's your conviction in it that makes it work. Because even if you look at a book called Influence by Robert Cialdini, that's a book on behavioral psychology. That book says that one of the characteristics of influencing behavior is authority. And the authority that you're lacking is actually authority in yourself, because if you have the ability to guide yourself and make yourself believe that this is what's going to work, so transcending belief actually and knowing it's going to work, that's when it's going to work. Actually, it's a different color. Did that comment finish?
It wasn't until I used unwanted circumstances to my advantage by saying nothing can throw me off my desired reality. Anywho, I slept with Gal last night and she told me everything I affirmed her to say to me. Not only that, I've increased my income just a tad.
Just a tad, nigga. Just a fucking tad. But you're just sleeping with Gal. You can't make this up.
Proving that I always have more than enough and money and that money doesn't get spent but circulated. You've opened a whole new world for me, Nero and AJ. You both are amazing. Not only that, I've also enhanced my physical appearance, getting in better shape than ever. And I've also improved my performance at work. I love you guys.
Okay. You know, you had me there in the first half. You know what I'm saying? You nearly lost me.
But it's gal first, though.
Huh?
It's gal first.
It's still gal first. Ooh, goodness gracious. Cool. So, most people don't actually understand how the mind works. And when I first get into a meeting with a client, this is the first thing that I'm seeking to do. So if you can find this in yourself, this will put you levels ahead. First thing is first. Most of you niggas want to materialize things, but you don't know what those things fucking mean to you. Have you ever thought about that? Actually stop and just think about what I said. A lot of you want to materialize things. All of us want to manifest things, but we don't take into consideration what those things fucking mean to us, because it's our perception towards the meaning of those things that is going to alter our ability to materialize those things. And that's what write that down. I don't remember what I just said, so please rewind and just make sure you write that down, because that was serious. And what do I mean? We have definitions of things in reality. You have a definition of success. You have a definition of love. You have a definition of... you have a definition of a career. You have a definition on money. You have a definition on status, clout, whatever. And these are the things that typically we want to materialize as individuals. But you don't understand that it's actually your definition of those things that leads to your inability to materialize those things. What do you mean by that, Nero? Relax. Just wipe your mouth. Relax. Here's the thing. You have to understand something. Like I told you, the subconscious mind is primarily programmed by emotion. Your consciousness is most affected by emotion. Your frequency is most affected by emotion. Your self-concept is most affected by emotion. Why? We can just look at it on a scientific level, even the fact that there are two electromagnetic fields produced, one by the brain and one by the heart. The one by the heart is 60 to 100 times more powerful than the one of the brain. Your heart is actually the first organ that is developed across a multitude of different spiritual traditions, going back all the way to ancient Egypt or Kemet. They had the idea of the heart weighing on the scales. You also see the same concept in Islamic traditions. In Proverbs, it says, guard your heart because life unfolds from it. It also says, as a man thinketh in his heart, as a man thinketh in his heart, as a man thinketh in his heart. And it's the understanding that the heart is inherently more powerful. But it's coming to the understanding simultaneously of the fact that due to the fact that emotion is what programs the subconscious mind, our definitions of things are in our subconscious mind. So the way that we define things is through emotional association. There's nothing more powerful than understanding this. If you want to understand yourself, understand emotional association. If you want to understand yourself, understand emotional association. I kid you not, I'll literally get on calls with my clients, and in an hour, I'll give them a full analysis of everything. They'll be like, how the fuck do you know that? And it's because I can draw these parallels, and you have the capability of drawing these parallels too. Hence why I'm sharing this particular lecture with you. Emotional association. I was so excited. You're probably thinking, why is this nigga so excited? Just get to it. Here's the thing. There's no point defining or desiring more money if you don't understand the emotional association with money that you have on a subconscious level. What do you mean by that, Mira? Think about it like this. Let's do a thought experiment. Let's say, like me, you grow up on a council estate, the projects or the ends, whatever, and you have a particular experience with money. AJ, what's the typical experience of somebody with money in the ends?
I don't know, it depends on who you are.
In the ends. Money. It's simple, bro.
I don't know, bro. The typical experience?
Yes, with niggas with money in the ends.
I don't know niggas with money in the ends.
Exactly. So money in the ends is struggle, it's burdens, you don't have enough of it, it's problems, it's pain, it's stress. If you grew up in a particular circumstance where you saw that around the house there wasn't a lot of money, you saw how money stressed out those around you, you saw that not having a certain degree of money was always problems, money was always problems, money was always problems. Money then begins to equate to problems in your subconscious mind, and that's based upon the association emotionally. And if money is problems in your mind doesn't want problems. So in order to get rid of problems, what's it going to get rid of?
Money.
Bingo.
And that means I'm broke.
And by getting rid of money, this happens vibrationally. Because before anything can exist physically, it first must exist vibrationally. And vibrationally, what happens? You materialize more conditions,
circumstances, and people.
Circumstances, conditions, people, and events that lead to the materialization of more money problems. You don't have money, you get a parking ticket when you ain't got no money. Somebody really needs to borrow money. Something breaks, you need to pay for it. Something in your car breaks down, something in your house breaks down. It seems as though the universe is taking money away from you. And it's because you're taking money away from yourself. And you're taking money away from yourself because your mind has associated money to be problems, and in order to get rid of problems, it wants to get rid of money. So how the fuck could you manifest more money if you don't even understand the emotional association that you have with money in the first place? Because this is happening at a deeper level. Think about it like this. Your subconscious mind means below your conscious mind. Your subconscious mind means below your conscious mind. So the deeper,
pause,
the better. No, I'm joking. The deeper that these emotional associations are in your mind, nigga, your meditations, let's say in order to change your mind, we need to go here. Your meditations, visualizations, all of that is only up here at the surface level. Why? Because you haven't gone deep enough. It's fucked up, innit? Because money in your mind is a problem, your mind wants to get rid of it. And this can be extrapolated outside of people that just grow up in the ends. I've had clients who quite literally had way too many staff in their business. And in order to alleviate that problem, which their mind had associated that to be a problem, it got rid of money in their business. You understand what I'm saying? It's really, really deep. It's deeper than you think. Now let's talk about it in the context of love. Let's say you grow up in chaos. Let's say you grow up in chaos. Let's say you grow up in disharmony. Let's say that you grew up in toxicity. Or you never saw love. What's your mind going to associate love with? Chaos, disharmony, toxicity. So in order to avoid love, in order to avoid this, it's going to seek the opposite of love. And it's really fucked up. It's really fucked up because the mind works in two ways. It has two types of associations. If love is equal to chaos, then to the same degree, it will seek out chaos. In the same way, if money is associated with struggle, it will seek out that struggle. It will seek out those problems. But then simultaneously, to avoid the pain associated with those problems, it will also get rid of it. You see how fucked up it is? It's really, really crazy. What?
Yeah. I see it.
What, you just clocked?
I see it.
I understand it now, Nero.
We're not done. I want to show you some more. We're not done. Because I'm gonna go through like the typical associations that people have when it comes to the emotional associations of the subconscious mind. Because if you don't understand what your subconscious mind is tying definitions to, when you go to seek to manifest those definitions, you will manifest those definitions. And that's the fucked up thing. If you want to manifest more money, because your mind has associated money to be problems, you want to manifest more money, you end up manifesting more problems. And your mind is like, yes, we done it. We manifested more money. Because money's been defined as problems. It's fucked up, right? I already know this video is going to have a lot of people in tears. Because it's really sad when you think about it. It's really, really deep.
So how do I stop the association?
Don't worry, relax.
The association to the nation.
Listen. 2 hands, bro. 2 hands.
Pause. What do you mean by that? No, what do you actually mean by that? What?
Wipe your mouth, bro. Wipe your mouth. Too eager. We're going to get through it. Because this is of the highest importance. Because if you can detach the negative associations of the mind, then it'll be great. So, just to clarify a couple points. Let me use just black because it's easier. Just clarify a couple points. When you seek to manifest something, you're not understanding what that something truly means, because you're not taking into consideration the way that your mind has defined it through emotional association. And because you're not taking into consideration the way that your mind has defined it through emotional association, when you manifest it, you're getting the opposite of what you want. But you're getting the opposite of what you want because the thing that you've defined is the opposite of what it is. So, once again, let's say that in your mind, you went through, bear in mind, so emotional association is based upon emotional experiences. So when you want to manifest something, so let's say the first question you should ask yourself when you say, I want to manifest more success, is what are the emotional negative experiences that I've had in my life to do success? When you want to manifest a healthy relationship, what are the negative emotional experiences that I have went through when it comes to relationships? When you want to manifest more money, you need to ask yourself, what are the most emotional experiences that I've went through with money? Because in doing so, you'll be able to deduce the emotional association. And when you deduce the emotional association, you'll come to a conclusion of what it truly means. Because here's the thing, like I said, if money, based upon your experiences, was problems, pain, stress, then what you're going to do is seek to materialize money. But if money is defined as problems, pain, and stress, what you're really materializing is problems, pain, and stress, which you do get. How many people want to manifest more money? Fucking everyone. How many people seem to have bare problems, bare pain, and bare stress? Is their manifestations not working? No, your manifestations are working. You're just not taking into consideration what it means. You understand what I'm saying? And here's the thing. Most people, let's say you want a relationship. What is a relationship defined as in your head? If it's disharmony, isolation, stress again, pain, betrayal, then guess what? You start manifesting for a better relationship, and what do you get? Disharmony, isolation, stress, and betrayal. Why? Is your manifestation not working? No, it 100% is working. But it's working based upon the emotional association, which is based upon an emotional experience, which then enters the subconscious mind. So when what you've defined as a relationship in your subconscious mind isn't actually a relationship or love, it's disharmony, it's isolation, it's stress, it's pain, and betrayal. So then you seek to manifest, and what do you get? Why? Because you're unaware of what it means. Yep. This one is one that I came to a conclusion of myself, and this is really fucked up when you think about it. And this can be extrapolated into multiple contexts. So let's say, like me, you're from the ends. Naturally, if you was to walk in my ends with a Rolex, you could wear some nice shoes. You could wear some nice shoes in my ends. So it's a very UK thing.
What size are those?
What size are those? They're my size. So let's say that part of success is being seen. But in the hood, being seen makes you vulnerable. It makes you liable to be a threat. It puts you in danger. It makes you a target. So then when it comes to being seen, in order to be seen, you'll put yourself through these things. And this is something I didn't realize. Now, here's the thing. When the mind wants to avoid something, when the mind wants to avoid an aspect of what you've defined, to avoid the pain associated with that thing, it will actually avoid the thing itself. Because money is so painful, it will avoid money. Because relationships are so painful, it will avoid relationships. Because being seen is so painful, it will avoid it. And one of my own traumas that I had to come to a conclusion of, I'm not somebody who likes being in the limelight. Just because a nigga talks on camera, don't think I'm like this. If you met me in person, I'm very much an introverted person. I do not go out at all. I literally don't go out, or I keep myself to myself. I don't like talking to people. My friends always call me antisocial. And I could never understand. Even if you look at when I first began making content on like Instagram or TikTok, whatever, I used to wear a fucking mask, mate. I used to wear a mask because I didn't want to be seen. He's laughing. He was there. That's when we first met. And he saw me, he was thinking, who's this nigga wearing a mask? And shades.
I was like, this nigga don't want to be seen.
With a hoodie on.
Yeah.
I look like Victor Doom. Now, you don't know who Victor Doom is, do you?
No. That's some superhero stuff.
Yeah.
Villain stuff.
Yeah.
You can tell.
Yeah.
Tell by the name.
Yeah. To avoid, and extrapolate this to anybody who wants to be on social media. Because part of being on social media is being seen. But I was vibrationally self-sabotaging to the degree that I was going to be seen, because an aspect of my mind associated with being seen to make you a target, danger, and threat. Hence why I have this discomfort with being seen. Because in my ends, if you were seen, you're done, mate. You're absolutely done.
You're cooked.
And this even gets crazier. This gets crazier. I know of people who, when their parents would come back from work, it would like be misery. Straight misery. They're chilling, their mom or dad gets back from work, it's hell. And they would disappear and go off into the house. Why? Because they knew there was going to be some type of negativity associated with being seen by that particular person. And the mind forms the association with being seen as putting you in danger, threat, and being a target. So then to avoid being seen, or to avoid being a danger, a target, a threat, you will avoid being seen. Take it further. Let's say in school, niggas made fun of you or picked on you or whatever. In that particular context, being seen would put you into a degree of humiliation. So now to avoid humiliation, you avoid being seen. But you haven't made that connection. And because you haven't made that connection, you try then put yourself out there for that promotion, and they don't see it. You put yourself for that job, they don't see it. You put yourself on social media, they don't see it. You try to put yourself to go chat to that person that you like, but they don't see you, because energetically you are masking your own energy to avoid being seen, because being seen is humiliation. Being seen makes you a threat. Being seen puts you in danger. So to avoid humiliation, being under threat, and being in a vulnerable position, you avoid yourself from being seen. And when I realized that, that's when my channel went from 4,000 to 100,000 in 4 weeks, and then 200,000 2 months later after that. And it's because I came to the conclusion like, damn, why don't you want to be seen? I had to ask myself, why don't you want to be seen? And it was the experiences that I've seen of seeing people get robbed. You could have had a new bike in my hands. And it's real. And it's real. Another association, naturally, from the ends, another association is the idea that success equals you switching up on everybody. That you've gone Hollywood, that you've changed. And to avoid the discomfort with being isolated from the group, you then avoid success. Because it's too painful for the mind. It's too painful for the mind. So to avoid the pain of your association, you avoid what's being associated with it. It's fucking crazy when you really think about this. Now, whatever it is that you seek to desire, you have to come to a conclusion on what the association is. And there's two types of ways that associations are formed. Through own personal experience. So emotional associations are formed through either emotional experience or observation. But either way, there has to be some type of emotion. So whether you've been through these things yourself or you've observed other people through it, especially the observation, we end up catching bullets that didn't even have our name on, without even realizing. So I think about the internet, to be fair. Internet's just a bunch of traumatized niggas traumatizing people who have never even been through those experiences. But now, because there's an aspect of emotion, it now enters your subconscious mind and then seeks to materialize it based upon the association. It's very, very dangerous. It's like if you go on social media, you see relationships, all you see is men absolutely treating women terribly and women treating men absolutely terribly. And then based upon the fact that people aren't deducing that that is just the internet, they then end up adopting based upon observation, the emotion, and then form an association of relationships equating to betrayal. And then they either materialize that betrayal or that disharmony or that isolation, or they seek to avoid it by then avoiding love unconsciously, and they don't even realize why they can't even form relationships, and it's based upon the association. So you need to ask yourself, what are my emotional associations? Because this is the deep work that is going to set in motion for things to change. This is the true deep work that is going to set in motion for things to change. Because it's all good and well for you wanting to materialize more money, more success. I'll give you another one. Let's say success, right? Let's say your way that you've defined success. How do most people define success? Perfect. In fact, I got a better one. And this is one that we've all been fed for whatever reason.
Working hard. It's working hard.
And I see this one a lot with clients in particular. So,
hard working.
Let's say, in your head, hard work. Hard work is a celebrated thing in society. Being a hard worker makes you noble. And see, this is an aspect of how the definitions associated with things aren't always negative, but it's the indirect implication that sets you up contradictory to the frequency that you're seeking to materialize. So let's say being a hard worker makes you noble. And when I say hard work, you can also merge that over with struggling. It makes you noble. It makes you a good person. It makes you deserving. So guess what? The indirect implication of what it is that you desire. If there's a positive association, then there's a negative indirect implication. Let's borrow that down. If there's a positive emotional association, then there's also an indirect negative implication. If being a hard worker or struggling through life makes you a noble, good, deserving person, when you're not working hard and you're not struggling, you're the opposite of noble. You're the opposite of good. You're the opposite of deserve. You're a bad person. You're undeserving. And of course, nobody wants to be a bad person. Nobody wants to be undeserving. So then you put yourself in a perpetual cycle of working hard and struggling because of the association that hard work and struggle is good. Let me tell you niggas something right now. You're not going to be rewarded for struggling. You'll be rewarded with more struggling because you can only have what you have. And I know there's this religious context, which at the time being distributed, the masses would look at the large, gap in between. People think there's a wealth gap now. The large wealth gap back then with the royals and the feast that we're eating while the commoners or the peasants were in destitute poverty. And the rationalization that they come up with, they said, listen, don't worry about your struggle right now. You're a great person for struggling. You'll get yours in heaven. Don't even worry about that. So then societally, we have this conditioned idea that hard work, a struggle, and bear in mind, I'm not saying don't work. Don't even hit my comments for that bullshit because some niggas are so idiotic when I say hard work isn't necessary that they say, so you think you can just manifest things out of it? There's 3 planes of existence. So mental, physical, spiritual. Physical. Action is a necessity to the materialization of reality. But that doesn't mean that the action has to be hard. Effort is required, but struggle and effort aren't the same thing. Struggle is effort laced with negativity and a state of consciousness that is in direct contradiction to what it is that you're seeking to do. More important than action is action preceded by the right state of consciousness. So starting from the end and allowing your subconscious, based upon your intuition, to essentially lead you to remembering how another version of you that's already in this desired reality got here in the first place. That's of the highest importance. But if hard work is nobility, if it's good, if it's deserving, that any time that you're not working hard, you're going to feel bad. Then you're going to feel undeserving. And then what does that lead to the materialization of? Conditions, circumstances, and events that reflect that you're bad and undeserving.
What if you don't see hard work as hard work?
Huh?
What if you don't see hard work as hard work?
Then it doesn't have to be because your perception is directly interconnected to your projection. And here's the thing, right? Really think about this. I've had clients who I have made them quit their whole calendar for a week. Cancel everything. My clients that watch me, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And it's because of the association that the mind has formed, that hard work is nobility, good and deserving, which means that when I'm not working hard, how do you feel when you're not working? It feels bad, innit? You feel like you're wasting time. It feels terrible. And that solves a misassociation with creation, because your action, you still think creation is based upon action, as opposed to creation being based upon frequency or state of consciousness. It's not like that. So you actually need to ask yourself, what are my emotional associations? The only way you can know your emotional associations is by being able to reverse engineer your emotional experiences. What are the experiences that you have been through? This can come down to intimacy. This can come down to relationships. It comes down to career. It comes down to promotions. If you're continuously applying for jobs and you're being met with rejection, then rejection in your mind is now equated to a job. So to avoid rejection, you're vibrationally going to avoid a job. And you're not going to understand why you're not manifesting a job. It's because there's an aspect of your mind that's avoiding that rejection. But if the rejection is merged with the job, you're going to avoid a job. And despite your applications, despite your meditations, despite your visualizations, despite your scripting, it's still not materializing.
So break it down to me in football terms. Like, Ronaldo's always like first at training, last to leave. Like, he's putting in hard work. You get me?
Mm-hmm.
Is his hard work not seen as...
Hard work isn't a necessity. But also, you have to take into consideration the collective consciousness based upon the field that you're in and how that leads to a molding of it. So in instances such as football, where hard work is celebrated and rewarded and seen as the way to create reality, then based upon the fact that there are no truths in reality other than what the subconscious mind accepts as true, that will then be true.
I see.
But simultaneously, there's also people who don't work as hard, and they may not be the best, quote unquote, but they're still good. All right. Think about it in the context of business as well. There's some people who work 3 hours a week, making millions a month. And there's other people that work extremely hard. Now, don't get it twisted. I have a client who believes in hard work. And because he believes in hard work, that's the paradigm that I'm adhering to for his work. And he makes, I think, 1.1 million a month in one company and 2.5 in another. He owns a trading prop firm.
That's crazy, Brad.
But it's just the understanding that it is possible to achieve more with less. It's not necessarily about working hard or working smart, but working multidimensionally. So, if the emotional experiences that we go through lead to our definitions of things, and we seek to materialize those definitions, if we have a corrupted or a distorted frequency based upon the negative emotional experiences that we've gone through, that will lead to us materializing a distorted definition, which then leads to us materializing a distorted reality. How can we change that? Now, there's two things to note here. The beauty of the mind is that it cannot distinguish between reality and imagination. If the imagination, or your consciousness, if the imagination is emotional enough. Bear in mind, when I say emotional, this isn't relative to you. So it's not going to be the same for us. So don't go asking me what type of emotion. It's about how you would feel. I'm not in your reality. The second thing is that because the past doesn't exist in the subconscious mind, it is being played right now. So like a file, you have the capability of overwriting it. And that's essentially what we're going to do. Now, whatever it is that you seek to materialize, you need to understand what it is that I want to materialize. What is my definition based upon what I've observed and what I've experienced? Let me know in the comments. In the same way that I let you know that mine and being seen was being under threat and being in danger. To avoid being in danger, I avoided being seen, which then led to slow growth as opposed to the explosive growth that you've seen. Now, at the same time, because the mind can't distinguish between reality and imagination if it's emotionally intensive enough, and because the past is happening right now, you have the capability of overwriting that file if you can produce emotion. If you can produce emotion in your state of consciousness while in stillness, right? Because stillness is theta alpha, which is the gates of the subconscious mind. That is all you need. You need stillness and emotion. You can be in a relaxed meditative state and begin visualizing things. I have a whole technique on that, which I talk about in other videos. But if you want, you can go get Outsmarting Reality, Amazon bestseller in all 3 categories in less than 24 hours. Now, to go back to what I was saying, you can, whatever it is that you want to materialize, understand what you want. But you can't have what you want. You can only have what you already have. But let's say what it is that you want to materialize. Then understand, and you need to actually sit down and fucking think. Crazy, innit? It's crazy. It's crazy. Who would have thought? You need to sit down and think to yourself, what are the experiences that I've been through in the past in relation to what I want that has stimulated the most emotion negatively? Because then that's what I call core memories. And the core memories are core energies. And the core energies are core frequencies. The core frequencies that are vibrationally self-sabotaging what it is that you want. And just think to yourself, cool, what's the memory that I have in regards to money? Mine was seeing family members cry about money. So then in my mind, it's like money equals sadness. Like, what the fuck? So to avoid being sad, I avoided money. It's crazy, right? It doesn't make sense, but the subconscious mind is far from rational. When you have a core memory, find one, and it's simple. You rewrite it. You get into a relaxed meditative state where that takes you 5-10 minutes. Bring that memory up to your mind and rewrite it in a way that reflects your desired reality. So if you saw experiences of those around you having emotionally intense experiences with money, then rewrite it to be reflective of them having money and the energetic complementary opposite of whatever the experience was. If you saw disharmony in the context of the relationship between your parents, then recreate it in a relaxed meditative state of seeing harmony between them. Because if you do that enough, and if you allow yourself to feel the emotion that arises from that, bear in mind, your mind is going to resist it at the beginning because it's going to be like, this ain't fucking real. This ain't fucking real. But if you eventually allow yourself to continue to do that, emotion is going to arise. And when emotion arises, that's how you know you're setting yourself in motion to displace the energetic charge in your subconscious mind based upon the emotion that's pre-established, which is an energetic charge too of negativity. And the only way you can do that is by creating an equal or more powerful emotional charge in reflection of your desired reality and what you wish would have happened as opposed to what happened. And that is how you rewrite that core memory. That's all you need to do. That's literally all you need to do. Allow yourself to continue to do that. Emotion is going to arise. And when emotion arises, that's how you know you're setting yourself in motion to displace the energetic charge in your subconscious mind based upon the emotion that's pre-established, which is an energetic charge too of negativity. And the only way you can do that is by creating an equal or more powerful emotional charge in reflection of your desired reality and what you wish would have happened as opposed to what happened. And that is how you rewrite that core memory. That's all you need to do. That's literally all you need to do.
That boy's literally dripping. All the juice is just coming out of that.
Out of everything I said, that's what you go to?
It's a core memory, bro.
Okay. That was real. That's the chorus of the memory. Now, at this point in this video, you should have formed your association. And if you haven't, think about it. Actually sit down and think about it. What were the emotional experiences that I observed or experienced in reflection to money, in reflection to success, in reflection to career? And whatever it is that you want to desire. Because the more, if you can find that, I tell you not, it will be like a light bulb moment and you'll be like, fucking got it. And then at that point, you set yourself in motion to recreate it. And when you can recreate it, that song that's silently playing in the background that is leading to a distorted frequency and making your world go against you, things will harmonize for you. got a lot of pens here. Just purple. Now, as I said, the most important book that you can read in the realm of manifestation is the previous chapters of your life, and that's actually a bar. And your previous chapters of your life are nothing more than the emotional experiences that you've went through. And the emotional experiences that you've went through is nothing more than a reflection of previous state of consciousness, a previous frequency. But even though I say previous, it's still within you right now. So it's also taking place right now. And you just need to come to a conclusion of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What's missing for this? The previous chapters of your life, if you analyze, you'll begin to understand the way that you used to look at things. And until you understand the way that you used to look at things, you won't be able to understand how remnants of the way you used to look at things is still distorting the way that you look at things now. And the way that you look at reality is the way reality looks back at you. Until you can look back at your old beliefs, you won't see how those beliefs are materializing themselves into your reality as truths. And then you're still holding on to those particular beliefs, because if a belief doesn't serve you, then it's just there to control you. The old things that you used to expect in reality, problems, betrayal, not to get it, rejection, all of those things. If you can't clearly define how you used to look at things, the things you used to believe, the things you used to expect, the things that you used to place your attention, because your focus is the centralization of energy and attention is alignment. The things that you used to have conviction, and the conviction that you have in yourself, have you had conviction in yourself, which is predicated upon your self-confidence, which is then predicated upon your self-trust? Do you trust yourself? Self-trust is your ability to follow through on the things you know you should do and stay away from the things you know that you shouldn't do, and that's personal to you. The way that you used to react to things, your reaction is the indication to your state of consciousness and your old emotionally charged thoughts. Because if you don't understand each one of those things, you won't understand how those previous chapters of your life is still affecting your reality right now. The past doesn't go away from you, it goes inside of you. Pause. And with that being said, I've finished. Pause again. Introducing Vanessa Bling as Gaza Slim. You know the yard man like I'm driving in a party and you wanna know me pushing everything. Yeah. Gotta give me the tightest hold you ever seen in my life. Is he saying hold or hold? Huh? Hold. No, he's saying hold.
Nah.
He's saying hold?
No, he's saying hold.
Do you want to bet? Hey, you are my African queen.
I don't know what point you guys. He doesn't even do this on a regular day.
Bro, surprise.
Holy shit. Whoa, buddy. Whoa, whoa. Yo. Shit, dude. Damn, son. Let's go. I'll give you a like for that. That took a lot of energy out of you, person. Damn, son. Wow, look at this comment. Yo. I can't even... I can't even. Wow. And then struggle. Holy shit. You are not holding on to the past, but the past is holding on to you. This one's probably going to be the most important video. Yeah.
Alright guys, welcome back to another one. So something interesting happened a few days ago. Two totally separate franchises. Just like how Nier has multiple different endings all labeled via different letters, the same also goes with Drakengard. This was the project someone was kind to
Let's go. Okay. And the sun disappeared. Give me a sec. Jesus. I know I'm upside. I know I'm like upside down. And you'd be like, what are you doing? Why are we upside down? Don't worry. I'll be back to normal in a moment. Boom. Okay, cool. I'm gonna go shower, and I will put on some music for y'all. I trust that it won't rain, but I'll be back in a bit. Yeah. Okay. Music time. Let's put on piano music. Oh wow, as I get up, now there's two of you that show up. I'm gonna go shower. I'll be back. Hang out for a bit. Well, thank you for the like, whoever gave that to me. We got some serious work to do. In order for me to transcend to my next phase, even though I don't identify as a human, I do have to help Andre to break past some things that he has unfortunately taken in. Oops. Hey, get out of here, you bubba. I have to check my emotional associations to words, to relationship, to money, to success, to feeling seen, and using Nero's examples. We must travel to the past. No, past is an illusion. Past is actually happening now, because the past is registered in the subconscious mind. Subconscious mind does not adhere to time. I did a lot of this work or play last year, but it was more of a healing thing, but I didn't really change my definition of things. except when we started this year, like changing the definition of surrender to relax. I'm glad that, I mean, I know all the practicals of what has to be done after, but if you see money as negative, your brain and your mind will do its best to push away negativity, and thus money won't come, but you'll still manifest negativity because it always manifests the thing that you're thinking about or feeling. So I got some deep introspective play time to do. After I finish this and I help pack dishes, I'm gonna get to play time. I'm gonna make some notes. This is one of those things that may take a while though. Emotions might come up, might get frustrated, might cry, maybe get mad. But I have to travel back to the past. Like intimacy, ooh, that's a big one. Intimacy right now feels like humiliation. Because every time I was intimate, and it was only twice, it was humiliation. I was humiliated. See, I can already feel energy being, and this is good because when you catch, I was telling myself, remember, this is a game that we get to play. The game may not feel good, but the game has to be played. But see it as this game that we get to be aware. And then we can start overwriting it like a file of a different feeling. Seeing intimacy as magical, loving. Could you imagine that I'm with Lindsay and I know in my inner world I'm there, but let's just say in the physical. I'm there in the physical and we have zero intimacy? That would be ridiculous. There's some fear around it as well. Because, you know, there's this perception that, you know, if you ain't packing, then you gotta get going, basically. A surface levelness of women who brought that into this world. I have to undo that one. It's not the size, but how you use it. It's like, it's the same thing about, it's not about the size of the dog in the fight, it's about the size of the dog in the fight. Wait, or sorry, let me rephrase that. It's not about the size of the dog in the fight, it's about the fight inside the dog. Or the size of the fight inside the dog. There, I said it properly. It's about the size of the fight inside the dog. This is actually a perfect time. There was a dog. It was on a YouTube channel. He was like the king of the pound. He wasn't some big, scary looking like dude, like dog. He was like a white, fluffy like dog, but he had a face. But the German Shepherd and the more aggressive dogs, they bowed their head down as he came, because two other dogs were fighting and one instigated it. So the other dog came out and he's like the kingpin, And he basically came, and as he walked, he commanded the force of the other dogs to bow their heads down as he walked, and he dealt with the other dog. And the other dog, he literally took the dog, the other dog, he put his paw on the throat of that other dog, and he just looked at him. I'm like, that's boss level status with that dog. I really would like to find that video. Let me see if I can find it. I'm sure I can find it. Excuse me. Watch it show up on my feed. Boss dog Bailey. Is it Bailey? No. Boss dog stops fight. Oh yeah. Here we go. Alpha dog corrects an aggressive dog. I gotta find that clip though. His name is King Charles. This dude commanded the friggin' respect of... Okay, yeah, it's this video. Y'all, look at this dog. I'm bringing this up because it's about the size of how you use your thing. How you use your energy. Looking for non-reflection, more or less reflection. This should be. We'll be using piano music to do our meditative work. Look at this.
Over the past few
Look at
weeks,
this.
a dog
This
has
guy.
been going viral on social media. Meet the King Charles. No, not the guy from the palace. We're talking about a four-legged legend here who runs the shelter
Look
like
at this.
a mafia boss.
These two just
He's
get out of the way.
one and only peacemaker in the shelter who stops every dog fight before it even begins. At first glance, the King Charles might look like a shaggy, medium-sized, sweet-looking dog, but this dog is the true definition of an alpha dog. In every pack of dogs, there's usually one leader, a calm, confident, no-nonsense figure. And in this shelter, which is situated in China somewhere, that leader is King Charles. Well, the King Charles is actually a nickname given by an Instagram content creator named Newer Princess. His real name is actually Chang Mao, which translates in Chinese into long hair. Now, so the reason I'm making this video is just to show you guys what an alpha dog looks like. Mostly when people think of alpha dogs, the first image that comes to mind is usually a towering muscular beast, the biggest, the strongest, most intimidating dog in the pack. But no. In the shelter, the Chang Mao, or the King Charles, completely shatters that stereotype.
Look at that.
He's not the largest, he's not the loudest, he's not the most physically dominant dog, yet every dog in the shelter knows exactly who's in charge.
Look at that. He puts his head
What
down.
makes King Charles the alpha
Look at that.
isn't the brute strength.
He bows
As
down.
you guys can see in this shelter, he's not the strongest
Look,
dog.
look.
But what makes him an alpha is his presence. It's his calm confidence, his unshakable energy, and the way he moves with purpose. If we talk about true leadership in the dog's world, it's not about barking orders or picking fights. It's about maintaining a balance. An alpha sets boundaries.
Look at that. He put his paw on his throat, man.
Keeps the pack grounded, like a Zen master. For example, if you closely watch this clip, an aggressive dog in this shelter has been bullying everyone in the pack. And one by one, the other dogs tried to comfort him, but none of them succeeded. And then the King Charles steps in. No
Look,
growling,
look at these
no
two. Look
snarling,
at these two.
just
Look at that. They just run away.
His mere arrival changes
Those.
everything. Even the
That was a friggin' German. That was a German Shepherd and another big dog that just like, yeah, we're getting the fuck out of here.
Black Great Dane, who is easily twice the size of the King Charles, bows down to him in
See,
submission.
look at that.
The German Shepherd resting nearby immediately rises on his feet like a royal guard announcing the entrance of a true king.
Oh yeah.
This is what real alpha energy looks like. It's not about fear, it's about respect and through calm authority.
Look at this guy.
When he sleeps, the shelter quiets down. When he walks, they follow. And when he stares, everyone behaves. You see, the King Charles isn't just the alpha. Some say he's the oldest dog in the shelter, so the other dogs don't just follow him, they look up to him like a father figure. When things get messy, fight, chaos, growling, King Charles doesn't bark or growl. He simply shows up and suddenly it's like, your daddy is here. So what do you guys think about King Charles? Let me know in the comments below. And if you believe King Charles is the true definition of an alpha dog,
that dude,
make sure to give this video a like. And if you're new to this channel, don't forget to hit that subscribe button below for more awesome dogs. I'll see you in the next one. Till then, peace out.
Okay. We got the King Charles. That's his name, King Charles. Sega just shot fires at Nintendo.
Sega just fired shots at Nintendo in their latest ad for Sonic Racing Crossworlds, and I can't lie, they cooked. In the ad, they compared two car races, one being Sonic Racing Crossworlds, and the other, which looks like a quite popular familiar racer that's already out there. I can't put my finger on it. They roast the other racer by showing off the fact that one has customization options and the other doesn't. One has 200cc and the other doesn't. And one has crossplay on every major platform and the other doesn't. If you haven't guessed by now, the other game is supposed to be Mario Kart World. And to confirm this entire ad is actually a recreation of one they did back in the 90s, where they showed off the blast processing power of the Sega Genesis. What do you guys think about this ad? Does Sega...
Anyways, it just... That dog was basically a true definition of, like, size doesn't matter. So if I can take King Charles' energy and like apply it to like sex, dominant, alpha. I mean, when it comes to in the physical world, you see other guys. I command respect. I don't demand it. I command it. Because like you see others acknowledging me when I'm walking. They're clearly bigger than me. Like they're taller. They're like 2 times the size of me. But you know, some of them will look at me and like, it's that calm spirit. It's that Super Saiyan energy. Ooh, the live stream's at 600 minutes. Okay. So we got some playtime to do now. Do I just keep it from this? Yeah, I'll just make another document. Alright, so emotional. Associations. So intimacy. Intimacy was humiliation. Fear. uncertain. When you feel you don't know what you're doing, is that uncertainty or is that incompetence? Incompetence. Incompetence. Humiliation, fear, uncertainty, and competence for intimacy. So anytime I will have sex, this is the shit that I'll be facing. Humiliation, fear, uncertainty, or uncertain, and incompetence. Oh, that's another one. Not enough. And that's the whole idea of like you are born enough. So that part I'm just making a mental note so I can see what has to be tackled through subconscious deprogramming by visiting the past. Money. So money was stress, pain, because I've had my scam, and of course I'm seeing what parents had to experience. Hard, or actually I should put difficult to manage, difficult to understand. There's definitely fear of not having enough, fear of like losing. What else? These are just things that I'm just calling out for myself. I know that I'm the creator and none of this matters, but like it's good to see my associations or Andre's associations. I'm gonna put Andre's emotional associations because this is not Orion. But Andre is a massive part of this still because Andre lingers in this body. Andre's emotional associations. Definitely being seen. I'm gonna write other ones. A fear of attack, and that has definitely happened. Being attacked. So I manifested that because I manifested being attacked on social media. Like, yes, I pushed through, but like there's a subconscious program thinking like every time I'm going to speak, someone's going to attack me for something that I'm saying, which I'm pretty confident in what I'm saying, but there's this underlying thing that Andre feels that he is afraid to he's not afraid to speak, but he's afraid to being attacked. And when he gets into attack mode, when he gets attacked, then he gets in defense mode and he will start to do that. So what else? I'm not afraid of being on camera. I'm not afraid to being vulnerable. So that's not it. What else does being seen imply? What are some other painful experiences when I'm being seen? Vulnerability is easy for me. So that's the funny one. That's the one that most people get tripped up on being vulnerable. That's actually very easy for me to be vulnerable. Oops. No, I didn't want to take a screenshot. Oh well. Oh. conflicts. That's another one. Conflicts. So I avoid conflicts by not being seen, because if I start showing up and start, which I mean I've been doing this the entire time, but like Orion has been doing this. Andre still has this idea of like being, is it conflicts or confrontations? Well, I'll just put confrontations as well. Confrontations. Thing is, like, now that I've developed a third dimensional perspective, I can just literally call everybody third dimensional humans, and that puts me above everybody. Or puts Andre above everybody, but that's not what we're here to do. We're not here to do that. We're here to remember we're all equal, but when we get into these unnecessary squabbles, like, just don't even entertain it. Diffusing it by just saying, oh, that's just a third dimensional perspective. And they'll attempt to keep egging you on. What else? Attacks, conflicts, and confrontations. It's basically just fighting with people. That's basically it. Fighting with others. Fights. That's what confrontation is. Basically, another word it means just fight. Okay. Intimacy, money, being seen. What about success? So I have to redefine the we were talking about this earlier. Redefine the definition of responsibility. For me, it used to be super heavy. Now I'm more than happy to take on responsibilities that feel in alignment. That is. Like, for example, if I get into this is not this is not for success. This is for I should put relationship first before I do success. Relationship. This one, whew, definitely annoying. Right off the bat. Annoying, complicated. Difficult. Misunderstandings. So I have to see why. I didn't realize the microphone was there this entire time. My bad. I have to see why all of these things are, like, for relationship, annoying, complicated, difficult, and misunderstandings, plural. For being seen, it was attack, conflicts, confrontations, and fights. Money was stress, pain, difficult, and fear. And intimacy was humiliation, fear, uncertainty, incompetence, and not enough. So I have to basically defuse all these and rewrite this entire narrative. These are the definitions I have. Give me a sec. Okay, I'll periodically be getting up and going to help because there's a lot of dishes to pack. There was another one that came through. This is when I'm in the kitchen with mom. So this is a relationship thing. This is avoidance. I'm glad that one came through while I was in the kitchen. So relationships, and that doesn't necessarily mean romantic. That could be like with brothers, that could be with sisters. It's annoying, it's complicated, it's difficult, misunderstandings and avoidance. What else? I see sometimes relationships are problematic because people like to bring their problems, and I really dislike people's problems. Well, Andre hates it. I don't mind helping people, but then there comes to a point where like I get having boundaries. What was the other thing I was about to say? There's another word that was going to come up. Annoying, complicated, difficult, misunderstandings, avoidance, problematic. Relationships are hard. Remember, this is Andre. This isn't Orion. Orion will just snap through this. But because Andre is the subconscious, Orion is the what's the word? Supraconscious? Omega conscious? And then, of course, we have just that. I see Andre as the subconscious, and Orion as the supraconscious. And then, of course, you have the conscious, unconscious mind. Because Orion doesn't see any of this stuff. But just because Orion doesn't see it, Orion can't go any further than where Andre currently is, because Andre is the physical vessel that Orion has to occupy until Andre lets go of the deep things that are now the emotional associations. Mr. Nero, I really appreciate you, bro, for bringing this into my awareness. Because now it's in my awareness. I'm going back to my past of everything that was difficult. So intimacy, that's the big one. The biggest one is humiliation. Money, stressful, pain, because the scam showed me a lot of pain. But in the process, it was also difficult. And the funny thing is when you this is how this works, because you now have a definition of what money is. When it comes to manifesting money, you don't manifest the money, you manifest the thing that is money, that you've defined it as your definition of stress, pain, difficulty, fear. So your manifesting is working, but it's working in a contradicting and paradoxical way. So this is literally a paradox. Your mind is paradoxical. That's why the universe has been preparing me to see everything in a paradox form. I've been reminding each of you that everything's in a paradox. Okay? Success. What are the pitfalls of success that I feel? That's an interesting one. It's draining. energetically speaking, because I have to keep going, and it's like, like I don't want to put on I don't want to have to be, because, okay, that's another one, facades. I feel like I have to put on a facade to be successful. Good, see, pulling it out. What else for success? Well, I'm gonna put responsibility, because there's still some underlying issue with responsibility. Responsibilities. I don't like extra, well, Andre does not like extra responsibilities added to his plate. That's actually a big one. I can feel it. Ooh, I can feel it. That's heavy. That's a heavy one, actually. This one goes so damn deep. This is probably the biggest one that's gonna kind of cover all of these other ones. Because responsibility can be in relationships, can be in feeling seen, in money, and in intimacy. Being responsible for the other person's well-being. Being responsible in a relationship in like having to meet others' requirements. Feeling seen as being responsible for hurting someone or getting into a fight and then feeling the guilty. Ooh, feeling seen also feels like sometimes feeling guilty. Well, you know what? We'll put that one in. Guilty. We bust all these out. Like, we sit with this and we pull out all these feelings, it's over. It's not going to be it's not going to be done. It can be done almost immediately if I sit for a while and just like pull through and just pull out all those feelings and like get mad, cry it out, get angry, frustrated. But putting myself in a bubble, reminding myself that all of the work that I have done is not lost, and that I'm just going through this one little activity, and not to identify as like, I'm this negative person after all, and I'm this person and I'm that person and all this other shit. So, all right. I'm gonna see what else I'm gonna pull out. I'll be back. Okay. What else? I don't know if anybody's here. Yep, that's a big one. It's a big one. Ooh, this one's a big one. Man, relationship has a lot. Holy shit. It's just flowing right now. The relationship one, I just wrote down a whole bunch that just came flooding out. After hard, unlovable, unappreciated, used, abandoned, or abandonment, and then lone wolf. Lone wolf basically means I gotta do everything on my own. No one's there to help me. And that's any relationship. I always have to do it all by myself. Wow. Relationship, holy shit, man. Burdens. I always have burdens placed upon me in relationships with other people. I used to feel like a burden, but I don't feel like a burden. I feel, this is Andre speaking. I feel like I have burdens placed on me. So I have to undo that feeling, because like when others are asking me, it should be an honor, because they're asking me, because they see the capabilities of what I'm able to do. But Andre doesn't see it that way. Andre sees it as, why me? Basically playing the victim. Why do I have to do it? Can't you choose someone else to do it? good. That's a lot. I feel like I got those. These are all the negative experiences that I've faced in my life. Ooh. That's a big one. Disrespectful. Disrespected. Feeling disrespected. Disrespected. That's a big one for me. So unappreciated and disrespected. I think this one's relationships are going to be the biggest hurdle that I'm going to have to bridge and pull through. Oh, it's also frustrating, because people can be frustrating. Annoying, complicated, difficult, misunderstandings, avoidance, problematic, hard, unlovable, and unappreciated, used, abandonment, lone wolf, burdens, disrespect, and frustrating. Wow. Relationships, man. That's what I view relationships as right now. Relationships with people in general. This is not romantic. This is just in general, like with brothers, sisters, moms, dads, random people, soul fam. Frustrating. That's a big one. Especially when others are telling me what they know and thinking that I don't know, and they're thinking that I'm less than them, making me feel like I'm incompetent. That's another one. Well, I already have that for intimacy, but I should just rewrite incompetent. Wait. Oh, feeling less than. But that's actually part of disrespect. Oh, inferior. That's a big one, inferior. Which then Andre creates this superiority complex to make sure no other human ever gets above him. Damn. Wow, relationships are ridiculous. Holy shit. So many in relationship. And I feel like once I tackle all of this stuff, this other stuff is, oh, of course we have to add stress. It's stressful. So all these things so that's why whenever I have if I'm ever getting into a relationship, I see relationships as this. Wow. This is valuable insight right here. This is the work to address, to bring awareness to it, and now to tackle them individually. Success, I should put business. Success is actually technically, as an entrepreneur, is this thing hard? Like, do I see things as hard? Let me put business down for now. Hard, complex, demanding. Oh, relationships are also demanding. Wow. This is good that Nero made this video to bring awareness to this. We named this one EA. Yeah. You know, when I write my previous name, it doesn't feel right. When I write my new name, it feels divine. Like I look at it, I'm like, Orion. It's got the word ion in it. It's got on and or. What other names can I make from Orion? I can make Noir, or Noir? No. Nario? I can make Nario. Nario. Like Mario. Okay. Business is like hard, complex, demanding, all that marketing garbage. I'm just gonna put marketing. I'll know what that means. Yeah, demanding implies having to do more than I desire to do. So if I don't tackle this stuff, then I'm stuck, basically. Anything else but money? Stress, difficult, fear, struggle. Hard to come by. The fear can be multiple things, like fear of losing it, fear of having more and then people wanting from me, fear of fear of losing it, fear of having a lot and then feeling like I'm gonna be like outcasted. Again, this is Andre. Orion does not have these problems, but Andre is basically holding Orion back. That's why I have to sever that link, and this is why this stuff has to be completely like. This is good. This is perfect. So I'm gonna draw a diagram for now. So this is the I'm gonna draw a couple circles. So I'm gonna call this purged. So I wrote down purge. That's a terrible circle. That's still a terrible circle. Doesn't matter. The circles are irrelevant. How many are there? There's 4 of you here. Interesting. Purge with all previous work done. What does previous work done mean? It means all the stuff that I've done up until this point. Because as I'm about to go through this activity or this action, this action might make it feel like I really am a piece of blah, 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 and identifying as like, I'm not really as far along, and then all the work that I've done was all for nothing, and then, because like, that's what the mind's gonna want to do. So I'm basically kind of making note of this, is what the mind is gonna potentially attempt to do and derail me to bring me back down. So I'm identifying it now so I can look at this as like writing it out, so that I'm like, okay, yeah, the mind's gonna do this thing, or so doing the work, doing the release, doing the releasing. Mind will interfere. And derail. Will attempt to derail. Doing the releasing. There's somebody here. Whoever you are, it's okay. Come out. Show yourself. I gotta transcend these feelings, transmute, and transform. The 3 T's. So I'm gonna just put 3 T's. Okay. So I put 3 circles. So I wrote down. It's just easier. I show it to you. So these are Andre's emotional associations to intimacy: humiliation, fear, uncertain. I should put uncertainty, but uncertain is fine. Incompetence, not enough. Money equals stress, pain, difficult. Fear, struggle, and hard. Feeling seen as attack, conflicts, confrontations, fights, and feeling guilty. Relationships is a whole bunch. Annoying, complicated, difficult, misunderstandings, avoidance, problematic, hard, unlovable, unappreciated, used, abandonment, lone wolf, burdens, disrespect, frustrations, or frustrating, inferior, stressful, and demanding. Success is draining, putting on facades and responsibilities, and business is hard, complex, demanding, and marketing. I put marketing for whatever reason. I'll know what that means. Basically doing more than I have to do. And then these circles, I put 3 T's. You got this. Don't forget all you've done. Doing the release, mind will interfere and attempt to derail. And purging with all previous work done. So this is my framework right now. This is gonna be, I don't know how long this might take. If this is a day thing, a week thing, a month thing, I don't know. But I have to make sure that this is just, you know, where I am right now. I know enough, I am enough, I have enough. All the stuff is right here in the now. I've been born enough. I just have to purge the programming. It's like seeing the programming and pulling it out, or clicking the uninstall button. There is someone here. Whoever's here, hopefully you might have taken some notes as well too. This might come in handy for you too, whoever it is. Thinking if there's anything else. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. Intimacy and relationships are not the same, only because intimacy is with a partner, and relationships with people in general, with third dimensional humans. This is what it feels like with humans. That's why I like to be alone. That's why that whole lone wolf thing comes into play. I'm just seeing if there's anything else for success. Draining, facades, responsibilities, plural. Responsibilities is for every one of them, actually. Okay, universe, if that's it, it's time for us to get cracking. Who else on YouTube is doing the work live? Ain't nobody else doing the work live but me. That's for damn sure. There is nobody else doing it quite like me. Gotta give myself credit for that. Who else is literally doing this live? There is nobody. I am the one who's doing it. Everybody else is acting as if... Not everyone, of course. Most are just showing up as a lot of people have not done the work, and they're showing up as their non-healed self. And I know, because I've done it, and I can see through it. Some I can definitely see who's definitely done the deep work, who knows their shit. I know my shit. I know my shit inside out very, very well. Okay. I gotta leave this document open. Well, it's time to go to the other side now. And nuke all these things. Bang, 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 bang. Live streams at 653 minutes. Okay. I want to put on like a meditative track. Like piano is good, but I want to put on like a meditative track. I have to go to Awaken Consciousness, Relaxing Music plus Hemisync. Okay. Ask and it's given. Actually, what I have to do is actually go here, copy link, go here, go to Chrome, open it up in Chrome, because Chrome All right, we're gonna start tackling. This is probably gonna take a while. Or it could be done almost immediately. I have to redefine these now. So actually, let me write down. Three T's plus redefine. Okay. Three T's plus redefine. Humiliation, fear, uncertainty, incongruency. Jesus, that was loud. Right now I'm dealing with the word humiliation. This one's a tough one. But I'm not saying it's tough from Orion's like Andre's calling it tough, so I'm just kind of like having Orion kind of like show Andre like it's not tough. crap. Holy smokes. The live stream's at 694 minutes. That means the live stream's almost coming to an end. Okay. Oh boy. I'm literally like kind of going through the words and just kind of rewriting as much as I can. Some easier than others. It's gonna take some time, but I really have to plow through it. entire time. It's only 7:30, 7:33, and it's already dark. That's wild. Yesterday, that was pretty wild stuff. Well, at least I got rid of some of the humiliation and the fear of being intimate. Because the live stream, because I had to stop it many times today and restart it. That's why it should have been done by now. So all that pausing and shit that I had to do, it's made it stay on until now. Otherwise, the live stream should have been done. Oh, this is good. This is good. Huh? Whoa, what the fuck? Oh, I see raccoon. They're climbing that tree. Interesting. The hell? I see the raccoon. That's funny. I knew I would see them. There's one raccoon, Bubba, over there. I see you. It's looking at me. Hi, raccoon, Bubba. Were they in that tree the entire time? Interesting. Okay. Well, I'll let the raccoon Bubba come over here. Ugh. I'll just push in the... We're gonna go in. We got 15 minutes. But I'm not done this work. This work is only... This work is only the beginning. We've got lots of work. Well, I won't call it lots of work. We got playtime to undo. It's so dark in here. Okay, Google, turn on light. My goodness, we were outside and it was light, and now it turns so dark so fast. Craziness. Lots of tangles. Lots of tangles. Organizing cables so they're not getting in the way. There. Oh, there they are. The raccoon bubbas are here. Oh, wow, look at them. There's 3 of them. There's 3 raccoon bubbas. They're right here. I knew it. Look. There they go. Oh, you can't see them. Is all 3 of them there? No. There they are. They're going underneath. Where's the 3rd one? The 3rd one went somewhere. There was 3 of them. The raccoon bubbas. That's funny. I'm just gonna go and get my tablet quickly. That's funny. They went underneath the thing, the fence again. Oh, they're climbing up the tree. One's climbing up the tree again. I see you, Bubba. I see you, Bubba. One's on top of the fence right now. That's funny. They're coming at the peak of like nighttime. That's too funny. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Whoever's there, I'm so sorry. Just dragged you down. They're climbing back up the tree. Do they live in that tree? Wow. I didn't realize raccoons live in trees like that. They must have taken home up there. There's 3 of them though. They're on the fence. Wow. Them bubbas. It's hard to see them though, but they're there. There's 3 of them. They're going up and down the tree, and they're like walking across the fence. Well, now I know where they come from, or now I know where they are. They're so silly. Yep. There they go, the 3 of them. Is there just 3 of them, or is there 4 of them? Nope, there's 3 of them. And they're just like crawling on the fence. They're kind of like walking back and forth. I wonder what they're doing though. They're like little ninjas at night. They're like little ninjas at night. Harr! I can hear them talking. Oh. There they come. Here comes one. Harr! One went through the fence here. Like it went behind the chair I was sitting on. Well, at least we now know who made the mess that night. Those bubbas. Dang, Those bubbas. That's why I call things bubba. Okay. I do have to plug in my gimbal. This also got wet earlier. Look in my eyes. Look, what do you see? A cult of personality. I know you ain't, yeah. Cool beans. There is still somebody here. What's up, person? We have like less than 5 minutes. Okay. Oh, it took those moments of when I showed the when I showed Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. That's why. Interesting. Okay. Well, 7-Eleven on the live stream. What the hell is this? Delete. Yeah. I just uploaded my live stream from yesterday. As it's editing stuff, videos. Well, tomorrow is lower body day. Again, it's supposed to rain tomorrow and Wednesday, so we're not focusing on Wednesday. We'll see what happens. If it does rain, Alexa, when is it supposed to rain tomorrow?
It might rain in Toronto tomorrow. There's a 55% chance. You can expect about 3 millimeters. By the way, you have a new notification.